Hello? 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 I am joined by Cat. He just jumped on my lap. I might sound a little bit different today. I was messing with some settings the other day. Very minor things. But hopefully the mic quality is still pretty good. Sound a bit quieter. Yeah, I figured that's what it would have been. Hopefully it's at least clear. It seems like it's about the same volume on OBS. I might tweak it a little bit. I can do it on the fly too, since it's not actually through OBS. It's just through the software that uses, or like the Logitech software I have for my microphone. The reason I actually messed with some stuff was because I had actually noticed a few times on streams where like the first part of like me saying something would cut out. Like it wouldn't actually activate until I was like maybe part of the way through like the first word. So I changed the noise gate a little bit and hopefully it's fine. You just got the Shadowbringers raid content. It's weird. I wanted to wait till Nest to do it first. Yeah, Shadowbringers raids are they're certainly a thing. Yeah, it seems fine so far. But usually if I'm like talking a little bit quieter, it might not cut me in, you know, immediately. I hope at least game audio wise, I should still sound fine over the game. Also, I had done some testing, messing with some other audio stuff, so we're in a different spot than we last left, but I haven't actually done anything. So, I would like to do more main stuff today, but we do have some itty bitty tiny chores or side content to do. Is that Rad in my chat? How you doing? How you doing, my guy? Thank you for the 7-month resub, dude. I was actually lurking in your stream the other day when you were playing Danganronpa. So we're gonna go say hi to Nil first. See what he wants. And then, once this is done, and maybe one other thing, let's do more main story again. No, I did not get to see you do Hangman's Gambit. I think when I was watching, you were in... There was like two sections I like was watching for a bit, stopped, then came back to see what you were up to. And there was one part where like you were in like a factory or something, and there were robots. And then there was another part you were talking to the bear. Can't remember his name. Monokuma. For something. I don't remember what it was. I'm also trying to make sure that Daxter right now does not fall off of my lap because he is just too big. I also spawned on the campfire for some reason. Hi, Nil.
Nil, I did wonder on my way here. Well, if you were luring me into an ambush.
Where's the fun in that? Some bandit sprawl would never have done for our arena. But this, much better. There's a sense of drama. So, what do you say? How about we try to kill each other?
We're really doing this right now?
Wait, you brought me out here to ask if I want to fight you?
To the death. We'll savor it because we only get this one time.
Actually, I don't know what else I expected.
I mean, Nil's not that bad of a guy. He's a little weird. I don't know what happens if I actually decline it, though. I don't know if my choice here really matters or not. I kind of don't, just to see what will happen.
I'm, flattered that you think of me this way, but I don't want to kill you.
Don't be hasty. When it's life against death, hunter against hunter, I know it'll come to you.
Is that really what you want, Nil? You know, I don't think you have a death wish. What you have might be worse, but I see there might be a need for you in this world.
I don't understand.
I won't fight you. That's my decision. You can respect it, or try to shoot me in the back as I go.
Then it's over. Your last arrow is the cruelest.
Alright, well that was a little anticlimactic. I guess he's just gonna chill here and be depressed.
It's true I offered you the choice, but my heart is broken.
Alright. No, I don't think we can come back from that unless I, like, reload the save. I mean, I don't... I, like, still don't want to kill him, though. Like, I don't think that's any better. Yeah, he looks very dejected and very, very depressed.
It's true I offered...
Yeah. Alright, well. Was kind of expecting that to just turn into a fight anyway, but not late for that now, I guess. I wonder if you kill him if you get like a special item or something. Maybe like a special bow, like his bow or something. Probably wouldn't need it, but... Wait. This? Oh yeah, this is the quest to go find his family. Where is Olin? Ooh, Dexter, no. Okay.
Aloy, you're a woman of your word.
Olin. Your family. I saw the threat from Helis. You have a wife and young boy?
If I'd have striven to keep them safe instead of all I've done.
This is your chance, Olin. That's why we're here.
I'll take it. A kinder deal was never struck.
They're being held close by?
Yes, the farmstead just beyond these rocks. I'll take you. That's it. Nestled against the spurflints. Best not to think about the previous owners.
Too late.
Yeah, I had to uncrouch
So
to
this
crouch
is
for
it.
the dialogue. All right.
I can't bear being so close, and yet...
It's almost over. How many Eclipse are we talking?
From what I've seen, a fair few. Well-armed and armored. Bowmen watching from the ridges. But there's no space for their machine demons.
You've been watching for a while? What's the best way in?
You think if I had a head for strategy, either of us would be in this mess?
Fair.
point.
We could storm the front gate, Osram style, or take it from the sides, or the ridge above. Maybe you could get on the rooftops. Not me. I'm too heavy cast.
Should I do this alone?
I don't doubt you could. But with the Eclipse, there's always another blade at your back. So I'll watch yours if you let me.
We'll work alone.
No. You wait here. Be ready to follow when the fighting stops.
Oh, I'll be ready.
Also, sometimes Daxter will like play fight with me. Jack will too, but the problem is that they have really, really, really sharp claws. And even if I end up trimming them, it can still be pretty painful, to say the least. Because sometimes Daxter will like play fight and then he'll start like biting me, and it's just a little rough. Little rough. How did that miss? Okay. Let's see.
That shot nearly had me.
Someone down over here.
No, I don't. I don't want the gun. As cool as the gun is, I do not want the gun. I want the 8 million supply boxes that dude had on him for some reason.
Can't carry more.
I don't know why I'm even looting them at this point. We have so much fucking money and nothing to spend it on. Oh, sir, I've dealt with the cultists. Oh, no, never mind. I wonder if his family is behind the door where the big man was.
This has to be where they're holding Olin's family. Bolted tight. One of the Eclipse must have the key. Come on.
Where's even the lock on that door? Like,
We heard the commotion outside. You're not one of them. Who are you?
Don't be afraid. I'm gonna get you out of here.
I hadn't given up on hope, but I'd forgotten the taste of it. Is it safe for us to leave?
The Eclipse won't be stopping you.
Then it's over. I dreamed of escape 1,000 different ways. But all of them put my son at risk.
You survived. You protected him. That's what matters. Now, your husband's waiting for you.
Olin!
he's still chilling behind that rock. He sure is. Oh, no, he's right here.
I heard the fighting stop.
Olin! You brought him back to us. Thank you.
There's no need to thank me.
I've much to confess. I accepted a devil's bargain. and others paid the price.
And you think I don't know? I heard them talk.
You know there's always been dirt on my hands. Now there's blood too.
Take your son up in those hands. Come back to the claim with us.
You should listen to your wife, Olin.
But Helis and his demons. I am honor-bound to help you, Aloy. With what little honor a Dysa like me has.
Olin, whatever your debts, you don't owe them to me now. Go with your family. Show them you're a better man.
Farewell, Aloy. Your mother. I hope you find her before they do.
Well, about that. Yeah. That's a little complicated now. With the knowledge we have of the last stream. Keep finding mosquito bites on you. Yep. I had that happen to me like a week ago. I was like, every day I was waking up with a new bite on me, and I don't even leave the fucking house. What do I think Aloy is? I think Aloy is potentially a clone. I am still potentially thinking that it might be like a cryo sleep thing, but right now the biggest thing I got is clone, because it's the only thing that really makes sense. Yeah, I still have no clue what Zero Dawn even is.
Aloy, you're very close now.
I was wondering when you'd speak
They've been
up.
pretty good about like hiding
There's
what
a
it
sheer
is.
rock wall just ahead. Look close, and you'll find handholds leading up.
Oh, really? And who put those there, hmm? Right. Why would I expect an answer? It's so much more exciting to keep it all a mystery. Crash the Eclipse Focus Network, he said. So how are we gonna do that? Oh, wait. I forgot. We won't. I do all the dangerous stuff. You just listen in.
They did mention cryosleep being a thing. Like the technology did exist back then, but like it wasn't great. Like it wasn't fully developed, I guess. Like, but that's the thing though, like as advanced as all the robots and stuff were, like I can't imagine that something like that wouldn't be even potentially possible, you know?
They're the handholds, right where you'd said they'd be. Did you get that, Silence? No?
Also, we don't really know
Pretty name
if
you got there.
Silence is also human, which I think he might be because the way he's dressed when he shows up, but I also consider the fact that he might be an AI, which is weird mostly because of the way he talks, but still.
All right. What now?
You wait, that's what. Take a seat at the campfire and rest. When night falls, we'll talk.
At least I'll have a fire to keep me company. How nice of you to finally drop by.
Our purpose this night is to crash the Focus Network.
Yeah, tell me the part I don't know. How?
For starters, you'll need to infiltrate the Eclipse's main base.
Wait, what?
That's right. Fortunately for you, I brought you round to the back way. It's right through that crevice. Once you reach the base, you'll see the objective. A derelict Tallneck that's been extensively modified. Climb the Tallneck. Grafted into the top of its disk, you'll find a module of sorts. Destroy that, and the Focus Network will crash.
So you were part of the Eclipse.
I've never been part of anything. I serve my own interests, always. But it is the case that I assisted the Eclipse before I sensed the threat they might become. It was a mistake that I'm doing what I can to correct.
What sort of assistance did you give them?
Head through that crevice, Aloy. You have more important things to do than ask questions.
He could be an android. That'd be kind of cool. I had actually considered that too. Was that her Zero Dawn was something akin to like, and this is spoilers for another game. If you don't want to hear this, you can mute now before I start talking about it. Something akin to Nier, where all the people's minds were put into like robot bodies, you know, like that kind of thing. Something like that.
Tight. Corrupted machines. Patrolling like guards.
More like soldiers. Held in reserve for a war yet to come. You'll have to get past them.
This is the easy way in?
The back way in. I didn't
Oh
say
my
it'd be
God.
easy.
No, you don't.
You haven't missed anything, really. We just started doing a main quest thing. We did one side thing where we talked to Nil to see what he wanted. He wanted to challenge us to a duel. I said no because I didn't really want to kill him. And now he is super depressed, and there's nothing I can do about it now.
They're scanning for me. This won't go quietly. Got it.
Where did his body go? Hello? All right, well, I think I'm losing my mind. So ignore that and move on.
Explosions in the distance.
Pay that no mind.
That's a Deathbringer.
Doesn't concern you.
A really, really, really old Deathbringer. God damn it.
Be fascinating if they weren't looking for me.
Not so much greedy, more so that the prompt didn't pop up when I wanted it. Silent Strike has been a wonderful thing, but also a terrible thing when the prompt does not pop up the way I want it to.
Stocking up?
Getting close now. Head for that ridge. The tall neck's just over this ridge. You'll see it when you reach the top. Now be ready to act fast.
Yeah.
You need to get in and get it done before they raise an alarm.
The worst one that's happened so far to me was that an enemy and myself have walked up one tiny
getting this?
rock and it removes the prompt,
I see the legs
and it
of a
just
tall
makes me
neck down
ruin
there,
stealth
but no
completely. It
tall
sucks
neck.
so bad.
Damn. The transmitter's been moved. Check
It's just
down the ravine to the
unfortunate.
left. Only place it could be.
So much for your insider knowledge. Toward the explosions. Great.
You've got exactly one shot at this, Aloy, so spare the sarcasm and make it count. You see that bridge over the ravine?
Yep.
Memorize its location. There's a rappel point on the side. That'll be your way out.
And these Eclipse troopers?
Avoid them or kill them, your choice. The blasting should cover any noise you make. Find the tall neck and destroy the module on top.
Here we go.
Machines show us the way. No pity, only destruction. I will work my fingers to the bone if it means we can retake our home.
Calm.
Man down!
Yeah, this game is great. Really, really enjoy playing it.
Who knows where she went? Where did they go?
Is there fighting up ahead?
No. It's a mining operation. So long as you're quick, it won't affect you.
Oh good, another secret.
That's a lot of lore. That's a lot of lore.
What
Holy
is
crap.
this place?
A distraction.
There are several data points.
When sleep refuses to come, I think of our wedding night. How you welcomed me to the marital bed. How after, when you fell asleep, I lay there watching your delicate face. For all its beauty, I detested its fragility. A rage swelled up inside me. I abhorred that bed. How its softness threatened to swallow us up. And that room, the stench of incense, the fine embroidery of the drapes, all of it weak. I slipped from the bed, threw open the casement, and lay naked on the stone floor, determined to spurn all seductions of comfort. But when I woke the next morning, you lay beside me, naked as I in the cold. Your body, stretched beside mine, seemed chiseled from stone. I saw you wake, instantly alert, like an animal ready to strike. You said nothing. You did not have to. Already you had shown me beyond doubt that we were meant to be.
Okie dokie then.
Never does the sun show pity. And yet, when my wife died in birthing, and in dying into the life of my child unborn, I pitied myself. My lord sensed this, but instead of casting me down for weakness, he cast upon me a radiant beam of honor. He ordered my kin buried in the sacred caves reserved for royals and heroes. Unimaginable. Never again would I doubt that I am the chosen of the sun. Never again would pity find a place in me. Not for myself or another. When I first set eyes on the buried shadow, I trembled. Was I not the chosen of the sun? A blazing light of faith to shred and scatter darkness? Was it not my place to destroy this devil? But High Priest Bahavas instructed me in the prophecy, and set right my frame of mind. The murder of the true Sun King broke the cosmic cycle short of completion. A whole world cast into darkness, doomed. To resume and turn the wheel of time would require more than sun and faith. All forces must combine, all halves of nature join to one cause. Shadow to sun, night to day. Even a buried shadow wants the wheel to turn, for without a sun in the sky, there can be no shadow.
Okay. This dude is off his rocker a little
My
bit.
lord, the 13th king of the Karja Sundom was murdered. Cut down by cowards who mistook firm rule for madness. Ever the strong are beset upon by the weak. So he said, as the traitors launched their assault. As their cannons forged by Oseram filth toppled the battlements and burst the gates. I would have fought to the end. But it was his will, the will of the sun, that I lead the prince and queen into the west, to safety. My lord did not hesitate. He saw his fate. He looked into the sun, and he did not blink. With me,
Maybe
he
don't
sent
do that.
kestrels, nobles, sun priests, and slaves. Killing all that stood in the way, I carved a path to Sunfall. There, we joined others to gather the strength to take back our home. But our strength only faded, until the buried shadow was brought to light.
Yeah, it was the old king.
So long as King Itamen languishes at Sunfall, coddled by his mother, he will never learn the true lessons of the sun. I have tried to instruct him, but the shadow of his mother's influence is upon him. I took him to the palace balcony to behold an offering of sacrifice in the ring, but he showed no thirst for it. He averted his gaze. Look to the sun, I told him. Do not shield your eyes. In all things, it is absolute. One day, it nurtures life, and the next, scorches life away. burns the skin of champions and wretches alike. Never does the sun show pity. That is the example a Sun King must follow. The example of your father. But before my instruction could take hold, she was there, clutching him to her robes, burying his face against her breast. How is a king to rule when he cannot even see?
Well, he can't see because you made him look at the fucking sun, you idiot. Like, their whole basis of everything is the opposite of what you're taught as a kid. It is don't look at the fucking sun.
Every morning, I wake to the same nightmare. The same reality. Holy Meridian in the hands of profligates. Debased. The spire, towering above the horizon like a glittering spike through the center of my mind. Every daybreak in exile is a mark of failure, but the count of days runs thin. I will see Meridian retaken, the profligates slaughtered, a true king restored to the Mesa throne. In this, I have become an instrument of prophecy.
All right. Well, we learned a couple things about him. He's fucking insane.
This armor. There's only one man big enough to wear this. Helis.
He really likes to look at the sun for some reason.
This is his shelter. Not exactly fancy.
What did you expect of a fanatic? His only extravagance is his brutality.
So you know him.
Just enough to want to stop him.
Would not have been easy to drag the tall neck down his path. Why bother?
Just find it and get to the top. Destroy the module, and then get out fast as you can.
Sure is a lot of blasting up there. Sounds busy.
Busy enough not to notice you, let's hope.
I see it. They've built some kind of structure around it.
Climate. The sooner this is done, the better.
I don't like this. It feels wrong.
Everything here is wrong. Just get to the module and destroy it.
Oh, there's a Titan here. Horus.
I see the module.
Good. Now be quick.
This is Hades?
Aloy, this is not the time.
Oh.
It's a metal devil.
Open the module's casing, now. Aloy, do as I say or all is lost.
Uh-oh.
Entity has come here.
Hi, Hades.
Entity miscalculated. Entity cannot destroy me. I am beyond its reach.
Maybe you are. But this isn't!
Destroy the entity.
Oh, good. Oh, goody. That thing's stiff as a board.
Keep running!
Oh, shit. All right.
Are you kidding me?
Keep moving.
Yeah, you think? What do you think I'm doing? Taking a nap?
Oh my god, there's like 3 Deathbreakers over there.
Oh.
Whoops. Oops. All right, well.
Keep moving or you'll die.
Well, I was moving, and then I died anyway, so technically your logic is flawed.
This looks easy.
Keep moving.
Yeah, you think? What do you think I'm doing? Taking a nap?
We're gonna grab this time.
No way. Talk about a brave trail. Almost there. Come on.
Run, don't fight!
Are you kidding me?
Head left towards the camp.
Got it. Almost out of it.
The whole base is on high alert.
Yeah, I noticed.
Keep moving! More Eclipse ahead.
Got the Dark Souls strat
Vision
going, just
sight.
spamming roll.
That's the way out.
I know.
Convenient waterfall. No, I think she's alright. I think. Maybe. Can't imagine falling down a waterfall would feel very good.
Rough going, but you survived.
You knew Hades was there and you sent me to him?
I won't deny I risked your life, but it was the only way. Now, with the focus network down, we can both get what we want. Access to the secrets of Zero Dawn.
I'm past trusting you with secrets.
Good. That means you're wising up. Trust is for fools. It shifts and crumbles like sand. A poor foundation for any partnership. But mutual self-interest, now that is a solid bedrock upon which you and I might build a new science of understanding. We both need answers, Aloy. And thanks to you, we're on the verge of grasping them. Let's unfold. We'll speak again.
You miserable... Damn him.
I actually really like Silence, but God, he is an ass.
If I could toss this focus and be rid of you, Silence, I would. But we both know I need it. Sunfall it is. And Zero Dawn.
Oh boy. I'm actually almost done with a lot of the good perks. I think actually no, we're basically done. I kind of don't care about the mounted stuff. That one's kind of useful. That skill tree is basically done. And for no reason in particular, we're going to save.
Oh boy.
think that's a rock breaker that sees me, so we're just gonna ignore that and keep running. Yep, gonna ignore that. So we've come very close to this area before, but not actually been in here. I'm curious to see what happens. It kind of looks like a missile launch silo. Or like some sort of like arena.
Sunfall. The Mad King Duran's summer palace. A bulwark of Carja might against the howling Forbidden West.
Thanks for the history lesson.
But they have no idea what lies beneath. We will learn much from this, Aloy.
That's what I'm hoping.
Oh god, a side quest. Oh no. My one weakness, side content.
Perhaps Jiran was right. Perhaps if the priests made more blood sacrifices...
She's very pale. Is she unwell?
Yes. She's a fighter, but the fever on her won't lift. It only burns hotter. Her name is Shiana, my sister.
Isn't there anyone in Sunfall who can help?
We're refugees. We know our place. And there's only one healer in the territory. He's... difficult. His soul is in shadow.
His soul is in shadow.
Galiv. That's him. He's very clever, but he has little care for people. Perhaps the desert scoured it all away. Perhaps he was always like that. Either way, I know he won't help us.
Well, I'll see about that. Where would I find him?
Last I heard, he was patching up soldiers at Blazon Arch. Another border battle.
Where is that? Oh, that's not too far. We're gonna ignore it for now and do story.
It just doesn't make sense. One day, he had a little cough.
No new weapons. No new armor. Nothing new. Oh my god, it is an arena. Oh, that's funny.
The Sun Ring. A proud tradition.
It's not Kiss Meridian. At least.
Give them time. I'm sure it isn't.
Yeah, it's like a big coliseum.
Now we get to see if your attack on their focus network was entirely successful. Success. Welcome to the Citadel, Aloy. I'll check back with you in a moment. In the meantime, circulate.
Sharing his rations with children in the camps.
God, everything is so red here because of the lighting. Kind of hurts to look at. Also, story-wise, we just went to the Eclipse base, shut down their focus network, and we found out that Hades is there. We did shut down the network, and now we're in Sunfall.
If you want to hear about today's bounties, head for the throne room. You're not going to make any shards by standing out here. Filth.
There's ruins here. Oh.
Mercenary bottom feeders.
I'll take the shards, even if it means having to listen to Bahavas.
I hear the Shadow Carja are looking for one of their own. I
We're
trust
gonna get
you
the fight in
can't
the
always
Coliseum.
pretend to respect your betters.
Nice hat, bro.
By the glory of the sun revealed. Behold, radiant Edaman, the one true Sun King. The light in shadow, whose will is light and whose light is law.
I command Lucius Bahavas to speak in my behalf.
It's a kid.
By the will of radiant Edaman does the sun glare down mercilessly upon the traitor Uthid. To the hunter who brings his head to us shall go a bounty of 500 shards.
More prisoners than royalty, don't you think? Love your hair.
Not only did the wretch conspire to
You and I need to
infiltrate
chat,
the citadel
little huntress.
and assassinate
The green
one
tent
true
down
king,
in Shadowside.
but he refused
I'll
to
be waiting.
surrender when discovered
Kinda busy.
and fled, and in doing so, demonstrated wanton disregard for the safety
We both know
of
you're
the
no killer
king's
for hire.
subjects.
Uthid is innocent. So come see me while there's still time to save him.
Weird, like, little texture glitch in the veil
way
there.
I spoke of is right behind you.
You've got to be kidding.
Not at all. And you needn't worry about the Kestrels. They'll be too busy acting important to pay attention to you.
First time in the Citadel, gotta see the sun ring from on high.
I guess that's the
The Kestrels. Don't
the
stop.
kid that they were talking about in the audio logs earlier.
They want us to see this, boy. It makes quite an impression.
The balustrade. It's a short drop from there.
Oh, this looks safe. I'm afraid to jump because I think you follow my death, but we're gonna try it. Okay. Aloy, you're gonna scare the shit out of me. Please grab onto something. There we go. She like won't do it.
The other side of the tower. Look for a vent.
I see you've been here before.
Obviously. Now, it's very important that you hear what I'm about to say. I've shown you the way in, but this humble vent marks a point of no return. Before you descend into the depths here, you should be fully committed, equipped, and focused. No distractions. If you have errands to run, do them first or hold your peace.
Oh.
I won't tolerate whining. Is that clear?
You'll tolerate what I give you, Silence. I didn't ask you along for the ride.
Yeah, time for side quests. We only got like a couple on us right now, and we got to do the other main stuff. Dang it. I want to know. I want to know so bad. Fuck. All right. It's fine. Time to speed run through the side content. Does that mean I should do the DLC first too, or probably not, I guess? No? Okay. I figured, but might as well make sure. Better post game. Okay. Yeah. I figured as much. So we will ignore it for now.
We've got trust behind us. Outlanders are idiots, but perhaps they're useful idiots.
Yeah, we're gonna try to do everything that we can. That's why we're gonna do this side stuff first. So like the medicine thing we just picked up for the person, and then that lady that was talking to us, and then the other main story things with like Erend and all that, and Meridian.
Are you Galeev, the healer?
I had planned to spend the day gazing at the lands of my exile
Nice
and
beard,
feeling
bro.
sorry for myself. But you're not from Sunfall, so this could be interesting.
I came from the tent city there. There's a sick girl. Her brother told me about you.
The answer is no.
What?
No, I can't spare the medicine, nor my time to administer it. My resources are already spread thin, thin as the soiled cloths I have to use for dressings.
Why won't you help?
Look at it from my perspective. What meager goods I can get must be smuggled in. That's expensive. The behemoth's share goes to the military. Of course, there are the demands of the Citadel. Helis's kestrels are so prone to sticky ends. What's left, that's for the nobles, who can pay well for my services.
Look at it from my perspective. A little girl is sick.
I think we're calling to each other across an ideological impasse.
The ideological impasse. I'm an asshole and you're not.
What's stopping me from just making you do it?
I'd have to cause a situation. And you wouldn't harm the only healer disgraced enough to work for the Shadow Carja, would you?
Well, we've only just met, but yes, it's tempting.
And take it up with the Citadel. They decide who lives and dies. Nothing you can do would compare to my punishment if I use the last of my stock on a tent girl.
You're kind of an ass, healer.
There's no cure for a conscience, but in this line of work, I've built up an immunity to it. And yet, if you feel so strongly about this one girl, perhaps we can make a deal. My charity for a Thunderjaw heart.
That's not how charity works.
It is how deals work. You'd settle my debts. For a while.
Those parts aren't exactly easy to come by.
As it happens, a Thunderjaw prowls the Valley of Omens, north and west of here. I know it well because they expect me to put its victims back together. Runaways, mostly.
If I do this, it's not for you.
Oh, I'm not expecting you to do it at all. But I'll be heading back to the Citadel later.
Okay. Well, I think I used to have a Thunderjaw heart on me, but then I sold it because I didn't think I'd need it. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go back over here and double check if they actually sell hearts or not, which I'm pretty sure they do. And if they don't, then whatever, we'll go beat up a Thunderjaw. Who cares? I mean, I had a lot of materials on me. I just got rid of them because I didn't think I need them anymore. I had like a shit ton of lenses and hearts, and I was just like, I don't think I need them anymore. Whatever, because it was cluttering up my inventory and it kind of kept pissing me off. Every time I tried to loot something, it's like, your inventory is full.
Buy what you need, leave the rest.
You can't carry any more of that.
Sunhawk of the Hunter's Lodge.
Blah, 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 blah.
Brought in a shipment of
And they do not have one. Nope. All right. Wait. Is the buyback thing still there? Hold on. Yeah. Hell yeah.
most cards won't even.
I don't know if it'll count though. Let me see.
Like what I have for sale.
If I drop it on the floor and pick it back up again.
Oh,
I'll support a card.
Nah. Yeah, it did have the quest marker on it, but it doesn't seem to be counting for the actual thing. Yeah, inventory management in this game is definitely a pain in the ass. We've talked about that plenty of times on the other streams. Is like, I wish certain items would stack higher than they do. Like things that stack up only to 5 is just like, why? Like such a huge pain in the ass. All right, where is he?
This has to be the place. The Thunderjaw shouldn't be hard to find. Just hope I see it before it sees me.
Here you are. Look at that big chunky boy. And you just knocked over a tree. Hiya, bud. How you doing? The gun go? Need that gun. All right, well, I guess we're trying to do this without a disc launcher. Oh, he's having a bad time. The game's trying to adjust for him being stuck against that wall, and it's not working very well. Hold on. I'm gonna clear all this crap. I mean, the disc launcher might not be super useful, but it's very fun to use. It's like one of those like little like styrofoam like disc launcher guns you get as a kid. It's like that, but really big, and it explodes.
The food is from Dowager Queen Nasadi, little ones. Her Highness knows times are hard and helps when she can. Eat, but bring some home for your families, if you have one. heard whispers about you. Rides machines, fancy spear, delightful freckles. Some even say you have a conscience. How extraordinary.
Who are you? You're obviously not one of the Shadow Karja.
My name is Vanasha. For now, all you need to know is that I'm a whisper of reason in this howling pit of insanity.
I know how that feels.
I'm sure you do. And so does Uthid. He's a good man, so naturally the Shadow Karja want to murder him. I've done some digging, and I think he's headed for the Green Climb. It won't take those mercenaries long to find him. He could use some help, if you're so inclined.
Stop being evasive and tell me who you really are.
Stop being evasive? You might as well tell me to stop being charming. It's impossible, but I like you, so I'll tell you a secret. I have friends in Meridian, and I like to do favors for them when I can. Uthid might be of use to them, if he survives.
I'll do what I can for Uthid. But what about you?
What about me what?
What will you do while I risk my life?
Useful things, little huntress. Look for 3 dead trees south of Sunfall. They mark the start of the Green Climb. Good luck.
Okay. And where's the person I'm actually looking for?
I have your machine part.
What's up, Dick?
A deal's a deal. See to the girl, and it's yours.
On my oath. But tell me, if this girl survives, what do you suppose is her future?
It's better than not having a future at all.
What a charming
I hate this guy so
Come,
fucking
come,
much.
Let's be quick about this. Kindness doesn't keep well in the heat.
Hey, APOC.
Can we really trust savages to show loyalty to our cause, even if they are getting paid?
It's you. Hello again.
I've brought someone to see your sister.
How did you... What did we do to deserve... No, wait. I don't even want to ask, in case a shadow passes over and it's gone.
Smart boy.
She'll have his full attention, won't she?
Once I'm freed of other distractions, yes.
Clean little user house regarding some people who've been using extension exploits. 10 user. What's the exploit? If you don't mind me asking.
Seeing the sun gives me hope. For a minute.
Oh God, yeah, definitely. Definitely do that. That's fucked. Is that quest done? I think it is. I guess we just did it. Yeah, we did do it. Okay, that was it. Blah, blah, blah. Oh my God, of course the... Just looking at the usernames, that's definitely a bit of a giveaway there. That's pretty funny. All right. I think I actually recognize one of those names. Hold on. Yeah, no, I'm not gonna click on it. I'm looking through my Streamlabs. I think one of them actually followed me the other day. Not seeing it though. That's super scummy. Yeah, I don't usually click on people's names. Anyway, it's very rare unless I have to like DM somebody if they win like a giveaway or whatever. But thanks for letting me know, APOC, and taking care of that. Appreciate it. I'm not finding that name on this list. I swear I recognize one of them. Yeah, don't click on their names. It's already bad enough we have to deal with bots in chat that put in links and stuff, which I think goes without saying. Don't click random links from people you don't know on the internet, but if they're doing it through just people clicking names, that's like super cheeky, like very sneaky.
Damn dust.
Yeah. Even clicking on someone's name on accident is pretty easy if you're like messing with chat at all, especially as a mod. Hi, Mr. Rockbreaker. I don't want to fight you right now. I want to go about my day. If you click on their name, it basically steals your IP address. But like puts it in a Discord somewhere for like people to find, I guess, or whatever. Just don't do it. Bad idea. Nah, don't need to fight a Rockbreaker. Also super annoying to fight. It's probably both, but essentially if you click on their username in the chat, in Twitch chat, they'll like basically get your information for your IP, which is not good. It's not something you want random people to have.
Like Vanasha said. Let's see if Uthid came through here. These tracks lead up that rise. Must be the green climb.
I assume too there's nothing to even let you know that that's even happened too. Probably kind of goes without saying.
Foot track stop here. Time to climb.
Aloy, please, why? Sub goal for a hot tub stream? Absolutely fucking not, no. Absolutely not. I don't even really understand the appeal of them. Good. I don't want people to imagine that because that's fucking weird. No. No, thank you.
All right, made it. Where did you go, Uthid? Food scraps. I'll bet Uthid stopped to see if he was being followed. He must have kept going. I've got to catch up.
Oh yeah, I know. You're asking just for the funny response.
A dead machine. Uthid's been hunting. Everything useful has been stripped. Uthid's been gathering components.
I hear
probably
something.
for ammo.
Oh, it's a Glenhawk.
Glinthawks, looking to scavenge.
Do I have to kill them? Ugh. All right. Most annoying thing to fight next to rock breakers. Hey, bud. Son of a bitch. Sir, you are stunned. Please fall over. Alright, this is fine. That's okay, just don't do the mechanic at all. That's alright. I'm not mad. Hello? Are you gonna land? You gonna land? Are you gonna land? Okay, this is fine.
All right, back to Uthid. Where'd he go from here?
Goddamn Glinthawks, man.
Uthid took down a Ravager. Not an easy kill, but worth it for the parts. Dead Watchers. More scrap for Uthid's stockpile.
The next one doesn't miss.
Uthid?
You're young for a bounty hunter. Or am I old for a soldier?
I'm not here for the price on your head, Uthid. I believe you're innocent.
Innocent? Come on, then. If this is a trick, it's a good one. You've earned your kill.
No tricks. Just talk.
All right. Speak.
I want to know what happened at Sunfall. What really happened.
All right. For weeks, each dawn in the tent city came with a new death. Always in their sleep, no struggle. The old, the infirm, sometimes the young. Those who couldn't fight for the cause. I should have realized then it was a culling.
Who would do such a thing?
They thought it was a curse, an evil spirit. But it was only a man. And a silent poison. It took time to catch him, but we did. We brought him before Bahavas for the sun's judgment.
The High Priest Bahavas? He's the one who put the bounty on you.
Yes. He thanked me for my diligence, then had his guards release the villain. You see? It was he who ordered the culling. Then they turned on us. Should have died with my men, so their loyalty meant something. 20 years I gave to the sun. For what? Malice and murder? As for honor, sacrifice, true sacrifice, the kind priests and rulers know nothing of? It's all a fat joke.
I can believe you're a good man. But why go with the Shadow Karja in the first place? Why serve them?
Because of Itamen, of course. He was the one true Sun King.
Itamen's just a child.
Yes, an untainted vessel. I believed he was pure. But they used him. Used our faith. I can see that now. No shadows under a noonday sun. Bahavas didn't need to disgrace my name. I did it myself, serving a rotten throne.
If it's honor you seek, the Sun Karjas seem trustworthy. A little stuck up, maybe, but trustworthy.
Those Karja once raided your Nora lands. Raided every land we could reach. It was the Sun's will. I did what I was told. Others did worse. But as their captain, I had...
Uthid, I don't care what you did. I can't absolve you. But the Karja are changing their ways. You could too.
Perhaps. Avad doesn't understand what the Sun demands of its soldiers.
Perhaps he understands it too well.
Now you sound like the blameless Murad.
I met someone who wants to get you out of this. A woman named Vanasha. But first, we need to get you out of here.
What are you? You look like a hunter. You give orders like a soldier who's been out... Mercenaries. Think they'll all line up to tell me I'm innocent?
Should have stayed on the plains, Karja! The mountains belong to us! Keecook's killers! When we're done with you, you won't even leave an echo!
You didn't make it hard to be followed. Almost as if you wanted to go out in a showdown.
Not much gets by you.
Got someone to fight here!
You have made a terrible mistake. You just stop moving. Make this a lot easier for yourself.
Move in!
There we go.
We'll send the rest as soon as they arrive.
Do it!
Alright, you know what? We won't miss this. Assuming I don't whiff.
It's up to you now,
Got him
man.
midair.
Rally! We could...
I think even a body shot will kill them. Hello?
Come on, you bungs! Fight back!
Keep up the attack! We still got another squad on the way!
You'll wipe us out! Keep at it!
That won't be the last. Follow me. I've stashed supplies up above.
Up and over.
Grab what you can while we still have time.
Snow haze. White as bone. That thought got dark.
A robust defense is the most satisfying to break. All right, Marvels. We brought the priest out here, so let's put on a show for him.
Oh my god, really?
I know that, Hood. We've unfinished business, Bahavas and I.
Please tell me I get to shoot him in the face.
I think you rallied to a lost cause.
I don't intend to die today, Euthyd.
I did. But you're starting to change my mind.
Look out! To your left!
Found him! Over here!
Yep, you found him all right. Sure did. Was it worth it? Probably not.
Fight back!
Disappeared!
They really should have thought out their attack strategy a little bit better. Maybe ziplining down here wasn't the best option.
You're not gonna see it coming. You're as good as dead. This.
That's the last of the Marvels.
Bahavas thought he had enough fodder to keep him safe. Now there's hope for justice. Will you come with me?
Here's our plan while we ambush them. We're going to announce our presence and then very slowly send one person at a time to attack them in melee range down this really, really long zip line. Then the archers are going to stand there and only fire one arrow every 30
still
seconds.
Has his personal guard.
It's a genius plan. Perfect, even.
I'd have to ditch something.
Across there and we'll have him.
Truly the Napoleon of their time.
I had to come here myself to end your suffering, Euthyd, and mine. The Outlanders led us here, and now that they are dead, their price is most affordable. But enough with needles. It's time for blades. Remove them from the sun's sight.
Goodbye, quiet approach.
Take the fight to them!
Oh, they have corrupted weapons.
Make it hurt as the shadow falls upon you. The sun sets on your pathetic life, Uthid.
Ow. Damage.
Up to his perch.
I actually hit him. Didn't really do anything though. I really hate the way that we're getting up here like this. Like, that dude's just standing there.
Whatever
like,
deal
right?
you worked
like,
out with him, I'll double it. More than double it.
No. I'm tired of this, Bahavas. The lies and the violence and your cheap scented oils. I don't suppose you'd kill yourself.
I had to. I had to. Prune the weak, or all the Carja in Shadow are doomed.
This solves nothing. But may the sun find some worth among your drying bones.
That was quite a fireworks show.
You took your time?
I was busy. What do you think happened to Yan Shund, the other mercenary band? And I had to organize passage to Meridian for a wanted man. Give us a moment, Uthid. Girl talk. You've had quite a day. I never imagined Bahavas would blunder into his own trap. His death opens up wonderful possibilities. Remember Edaman and Nasadi, the Child King and his mother guarded like hostages at Sunfall? With Bahavas gone, no one will be watching them. I want to get them out. And I could use your help.
What do you need to get Nasadi and Edaman out of Sunfall?
With Bahavas dead, Sunfall is the easy part. I'll handle that. The big fuss will be crossing the border to the Sundom. Find my friend, Three-Toe Huadiv, near the Branded Shore.
What a name.
I hired his crew to sweep the path, so all you have to do is wait for me.
If this Huadiv has already cleared the area, why do you need me?
Contingencies, little huntress. Something will go wrong, and I need protection I can count on. You.
I'll try not to disappoint.
The Nora said you would help me. Are we bound for Meridian?
Only if you want to go, my dear.
What choice do I have?
None at all. I was just being polite.
I really like her. She's a good character. All right, now to casually sneak him, the Sun King, and his mother into Meridian. Easy. Easy peasy. No problems whatsoever. Smooth
You're
sailing.
Three-Toe Huadiv, right? Vanasha sent me. What happened?
I got hornswoggled, that's what. Vanasha batted her lashes, wiggled her hips, and promised us treasure. Clear a path for the royals, she said. Sneak past the garrison and skewer a few watches. Hardly a bother. Little did we know there was a damned monstrosity lurking underground. When will I learn not to gawk at skinny girls?
Something attacked you from underground.
Oh, you picked that up, did you? I wondered why the Shadow Carja didn't pay attention to the pass. Well, they don't need to. A rock-eating demon guards it for them. It tunnels in the dirt, breaks through the earth, and blasts rocks from its stinking face. I barely escaped. My comrades weren't so lucky. I might shed a tear if they weren't all cutthroats and cheaters.
Vanasha will be here soon with Nasadi and Itamen. I've got to destroy that thing in the pass before they arrive.
You're not too bright, are you? Well, we didn't last long against it, but I'll tell you what I know. It has armor everywhere, a little less at the rear. And when it goes underground, it will lose track of you if you're quiet. You might even be able to keep it from going under altogether if you hit its big crooked arms hard enough. That's all I can offer, friend. I promise to look solemn at your funeral before I hit the bar.
Also, Astral, thank you for the 35-month resub. Appreciate it. All right. Here he is. Oh, he sees me already. Okay.
It's off.
Boy, I sure would love to hit the damn thing.
By the radiant sun, I can't believe it. I thought that evil rock chewer would grind you up. After that miracle, all we can do is wait. Vanasha will be here soon, along with a boat that'll take the royals across the lake.
Is that her? It is her.
Ah, little huntress. Glad you accepted
Fucking
my
six
invitation
pack
to
though.
play
Oh my
bodyguard.
god.
Where are
She's
your
fucking
men, Woody?
shredded, dude.
It looks like something chewed you up and spat you out.
That's pretty much exactly what happened.
The way is clear. Can we go?
I like how you always cut to the chase. In this case, literally. It won't be long before we're followed. Don't be afraid, Your Radiance. We've got excellent protection. Oh dear, here come the Shadow Carja, and they're very angry with me.
I'll hold them off.
Very noble of you, but when I start a fuss, I like to finish it. Not that your assistant isn't welcome. Huadiv, get Itaman and his mother to the shore. Carefully. So it comes to this. I must say, after 2 years under the heel of these zealots, I'm ready to extract a little blood.
Where are they coming from?
Some traps would be nice.
And I could put traps down, but I don't know where they're coming from. A bunch of blast wire around.
Need to be closer to use that.
Just a few of them, you know, just to kind of sprinkle them around.
Traps, little huntress? Take cover up there, behind that rock. Here they are. Let's make it hurt, shall we?
One.
Here.
Two.
Well, that was entertaining, but I suspect we're not done. More of the bastards. Get ready.
Couple of watchers. They're both dead. Hey, bud. Yeah, you walk towards me. See what happens. He's gonna clothesline himself with the damn thing.
Well now,
Yep.
seems I worked out a bit of a sweat.
Yeah.
Keep that for later.
Yeah, trap's a little OP. Just a smidgen.
I don't want to jinx it, but we might be in the clear.
So the only things that chased us were 4 dudes and
A bit late, aren't we, gentlemen?
2 machines.
Sorry, ma'am. The boat's waiting.
Damn,
Or not.
I spoke too soon.
This one's mine. Get to the boat.
You know, this time I think
Sounded
I
like
might
a
be out of
sawtooth.
my league. If anything happens to her, I will be very cross.
We're not going anywhere.
Oh, I love her. Oh, it's a Thunderjaw. It's a corrupted Thunderjaw. Okay. I've not seen one of those before. my fucking god, that damage. Jesus Christ. $11,000 XP for one Thunderjaw. Holy crap. Yeah, Corrupted Thunderjaw, a little bit of a no joke. They hit really fucking hard. I still haven't quite gotten like the dodge timing down for them because they're like super chunky, but at least they can't really one-shot me.
Can't be too prepared.
Not exactly a royal barge, is it? Oh well, defectors can't be choosers. Let's get aboard, shall we? You've done a good thing. Maybe even ended a war.
Maybe. But my war just keeps going.
That was a really edgy response. You know, I know this is supposed to be like a dramatic moment, but I kind of just don't care. I'm really not as invested in like the current things happening in the world rather than the past.
Edaman, my brother, welcome home.
Oh, it's Avad.
You have nothing to fear. You are now under the protection of the Sundom. My protection. As is your mother, she will not be harmed. You have my word, the law of the sun. Aloy, it seems I see your influence everywhere. You've done so much for the Sundom, and it will always be appreciated. You have my thanks. May you walk in the light.
God, he's kind of shredded too. He's got a fucking six-pack. Why is everyone just fucking ripped?
Appalling. I spent 2 years in the Forbidden West setting this up, and the redhead gets all the credit?
I'm still getting paid, right?
You'll be lucky if I let you live. I couldn't have done this without you. When we meet again, I'll give you a proper thanks. I promise.
Don't pass up these goods.
We did it. Wow. We did it. All right. Alrighty. Now, we go back to the other plot that I have very mild interest in. Oh, I'm not surprised by that at all. Like, an actual bow, like the amount of strength it takes to pull the fucking string back is like, it's rough. It's very difficult. And having to do that quickly, especially in the middle of like fighting or something, I can't even imagine. Am I like an HCD? It's pretty good. Having a good time. Catching up on a couple side things and now doing the other half of the main story right now. Am I gonna play the sequel when it comes out? Yes. I'm actually really excited for the sequel of this and for God of War. Because again, especially for people that don't know, like I never had a PS4. Like I skipped that whole generation of consoles. So like all those games that were on that console, I'm now getting to play since now I have a PS5. So it's kind of cool to go through all the old games I didn't get a chance to play before. I've done nothing but like stream PS4, PS5 games for like the past like month or so.
For disorderly conduct last night. You don't want to know what they were doing.
I've sent a
Fantasy
messenger
14,
to the
never heard of that
claim
before.
to let everyone know.
I've heard it's pretty bad.
If there's anything you or your clan need for her arrangements, you need but ask.
There'll be time for all of that later.
Aloy.
I have played Spider-Man off stream. The PS4 Spider-Man game and Miles Morales, me playing just for myself. I think part of the reason why I didn't want to stream it was I kind of wanted another like me game to play, you know. And also I know there's like some mild like DMCA stuff with some music in Miles Morales, so I didn't really didn't really want to risk it.
I'm glad you're back.
I did platinum the game
I'm at a
though.
loss about Ursa. To learn she lives.
I haven't finished the DLC for Spider-Man, and I haven't started Miles Morales yet, though.
Cruel.
She wouldn't want us to waste time talking. She'd want us to find Dervahl. She said he raved about smoke darkening the sun. Tell him what you found in his papers.
A letter. It mentioned a shipment of Blaze being sent to a warehouse here. Only, it wasn't addressed to Dervahl. The name was Ayland Forgeman. Does that mean anything to you?
Sounds familiar. Yes, a landlord. The Oseram have been buying up buildings across the city, including one under that name. Let me think. It's by the edge of the mesa, near the temple. It used to be a shop, but it could serve as a warehouse. If Dervahl used the name as an alias to buy it, he might even be there now.
I'll round up my men.
I'll meet you there.
Erend, wait. Remember that no one hates Dervahl more than your own tribe. The clans would give up much to obtain him.
Take him alive? So you can haggle over him? You can't be serious.
Our security depends on keeping the peace. If the opportunity presents itself, take him alive. Consider that a command. Aloy.
Just yells fuck and walks away.
When we spoke, Aaron didn't wish to dwell on the details of Ursa's death. Understandable, of course. But now that they've been left to my imagination, those details are all I can think about. You were there. Did she suffer?
Well...
She's not the one who's suffering now. You are. She died before you could say goodbye.
Is it that obvious? You're right. I'm dwelling on my pain, not just hers. And there's only one thing left that can help. Find Dervahl and bring him before me. He will answer for his crimes.
Bought the Spider-Man PS4 for the game. Worth it? Hell yeah. I loved that game. Like I think like the version I played was obviously the complete edition that was kind of a remake or like updated for like PS5 like 4K and all that. Looked really good. I love the movement in that game. It is so clean. I really need to finish the DLC so I can start playing Miles Morales. But I've been distracted off stream right now trying to go through all the Kingdom Hearts games. That and playing Jupiter Hell in my free time.
Moment of your time, Outlander?
Able-bodied adventurers, preferably with no friends or family, but I'm not choosy.
Any good runs of Jupiter Hill? I actually tried the I tried one of the trial runs where you only have the rocket launcher. That's pretty fun. I got pretty far, but ended up running out of ammo.
You home, Dervahl? I got a surprise for you.
Oh my god, Aaron. Okay, kicked the door right off its hinges. Blaze bombs?
Or he has a surprise for us.
Is it a bomb? Doesn't look too big.
Big enough to kill us.
All right. I'll shut up.
Blaze. It must be leaking from something upstairs.
How far have I gotten into Kingdom Hearts? So originally I had played, like as a kid, I had played Kingdom Hearts 1, Chain of Memories, and 2. I never beat 1 in Chain of Memories. I just did recently. I just watched recently 2, like a week ago or so, the cutscenes for 358 over 2 days. And then now I'm playing 2, which I'd actually beaten before. But now having context for what happens in 358 over 2 days makes the beginning of that game super depressing. But I'm like almost near the end of the game, and after that I'm gonna start playing Birth by Sleep.
If I try to take it apart, a booby trap will set it off.
What's that music, like chanting? Not right now. What do you mean not right now?
That's a lot of blaze.
If that bomb downstairs goes off, it'll be just what Dervahl promised. Smoke will darken the sun. As the city goes up in flames, there's gotta be a way to stop it. If we can get rid of it somehow, the blast will be much smaller. If we can get rid of it somehow, the blast will be much smaller.
Okay, now how do you propose we get rid of it?
It looks like a wooden bracket. Not very strong.
Gotta push it out the window. And yeah, I love Kingdom Hearts.
Help me push this out.
Okay.
I know a lot of people shit on it because of the plot, but I love Kingdom Hearts to death.
Save the city, I
A lot of
hope.
nostalgia for me.
But when the blaze falls, run for it. Because the booby trap on the bomb downstairs is gonna get set off.
Will we survive?
Probably not. Now push.
That's gonna be a big boom. Is it really that easy for Blaze to blow up like that?
We did it!
Like just hitting it makes it blow up? It's that volatile?
And Meridian's still standing.
This isn't over. Dervahl said he'd make Avad watch.
No way. To do that, he'd have to get into the palace, and that's too heavily guarded.
Get back there, just to be sure. I'm gonna look around. Maybe Dervahl's men left something behind when they planted that bomb.
I got it. Don't worry. If he tries for the palace, he's finished.
An explosion.
Investigate
Road
the
tracks,
area.
with just a bit of blaze in them.
Warehouse destroyed in an instant.
Can I interest you in a reasonable Hurry share up. of a lucrative Get to the opportunity? fire and set up a bucket line!
Don't forget,
All the best goods here.
we were on the road.
What happened?
I haven't heard a blast like that since the liberation.
Could you spare a moment to speak of the finer things?
Go if you're lost. I'm a guard.
There's smoke rising from the edge of the mesa. Are we under attack?
The tracks lead inside. Another one of Dervahl's hideouts. This must be where Dervahl assembled the detonator. Dervahl did find a way into the palace.
You found a secret way to get in. Oh my god, is that him?
Dervahl.
No, Aloy, no. There we go. There you go. They're just chilling there, just waiting for me.
Wish I could be there to see the sun god on his knees.
Quit carping, you chuff. Someone's got to guard the rear.
Someone better guard your rear.
Hey, a rock.
Move along now.
Oh no!
Did I just stab him in the dick? Like I just stabbed him in the dick. Oh no. I think I hear a lure. Oh
Look
no,
at
it's the
you,
dubstep gun.
The wriggling runt of a maniac king. You robbed me of my right to kill your father, so I'll have to settle for you. I'm going to enjoy watching the Karja burn, even more because you'll be watching with me. Say goodbye.
Wait, if he's
to
deaf because of the
Meridian
dubstep gun, can he even hear what he's saying now?
and choke on the ashes. Something's wrong.
Got rid of the bomb, dummy.
I didn't hear anything.
There's
Yeah,
a
'cause
bit
you
of
got your
smoke
earplugs
rising from
in.
the mesa's edge.
No! It should be a firestorm, not some belch from a charcoal burner!
Oh, I have to. Okay.
What's this? Oh. You must be the Nora who bushwhacked my camp.
And disabled your bomb.
Did you now?
How can we hear each other? We have the earplug
bomb
things
or
in.
no bomb, I'm gonna splatter that throne with blood. First yours, then Avad's.
Oh no, he's got a thing.
What was that?
Oh no, a thing.
You're starting to irritate.
Oh my god, he's got a gun. Oh god, he's dead. Oh my god, I can't believe it. wow, guys, what happened? Okay, that just whipped completely. Alright, you know what? There you go, have fun.
It's not over yet, Nora. Any good Oseram tinker will tell you. Always have a third plan.
Oh no, bird. 3 birds. 3 whole birds. Oh my god. How will we ever deal with 3 birds?
I hope you like fighting these things,
I
because
don't.
there's more in the way.
Oh no, 3 more birds. How will I ever deal with 3 more birds? How will we ever cope?
That'll help.
Boy, I sure hope that when I kill this other bird, that 3 more birds don't show up. See, a Stormbird showing up would be annoying. That would genuinely be kind of a pain in the ass to deal with. Lidded Hawks, I mean, they're annoying, but not really scary.
Good meat.
Hiya, bud. How's your plan working out for you? I'll just cave his fucking head in, please.
Here to kill you. I don't mind doing it for her.
Go ahead. I'm not afraid. Except that knowing you, Erend, you'll screw it up!
Is the end of his weapon a fucking crowbar? Like the bottom part of it? Kinda is, yeah.
I know what you are afraid of. Going back to Mainspring in chains. Every clan in the claim wants you dead. And they know how to make it hurt. They'll even bid for the privilege.
It's just like you to get someone else to do your killing.
Shut up! You're at the Sun King's mercy now.
Okay, that would have hurt like fuck. If he ain't dead, he's probably got a really bad concussion now. We did it, wow. We can go talk to Dervahl. Is he even awake right now? Can he speak?
busted too for disorderly conduct last night.
Don't forget to stock up before you're on the road.
Could you spare a
These aren't
moment to
goods.
speak of the finer things?
These aren't goods. They're just-
All these fancy decorations.
He's so far away.
I'll tell you what I like. Sound of hammer on steel.
You won't find better wares.
There you are. How you feeling, my guy?
Nora. Well, as you can see, I'm busy. I get it. You want to rub it in? Well, it's not working. Ha ha! It's funny to pester the tinker in the cage. What a laugh. You think that bit of scrap on your brow makes you smart? I'll bet you couldn't have taken apart my bomb without it. Think I'm done?
Taking apart your bomb. It was a bunch of barrels filled with bio goop. Very, very intricate and delicate bomb.
Don't forget to stock up before you're on the road. Sell your own arm to get decent materials outside.
This complex machinery
The finer things?
of wood, a little bit of metal, and a lot of goop.
Don't look to me for help. My duty is to guard.
Aloy. I was just thinking about Ursa. She would have killed Dervahl on the spot. I know it. That's why she went out to meet him in the first place, to put him down. But she also told me to grow up. I gotta admit it burned a little when she said that, but I'm trying to take it to heart. And I guess growing up means putting what you should do in front of what you want to do. Right?
You're asking me? I'm pretty sure you're older.
Yeah, but I don't act like it, do I?
You did with Dervahl.
Don't give me too much credit. Part of me still wants to wait for a quiet moment and wring his neck.
Yeah, but you won't. Because you're a good captain.
Come on, stop. You're gonna make me tear up.
So, after all this, what's next for errand vanguardsman?
Heading back to the claim for a while. I'll get in touch with my clan and we'll lay Ursa to rest properly. Like how she would have wanted. And by that I mean less chit-chat, more drinking.
What do you think the Oseram will do to Dervahl?
First off, they'll argue about it for a long time. But whatever they come up with, it won't be quick. I can live with that. In fact, I might just drop by his cell under the sun ring to remind him what's coming.
Well...
I know. You gotta go. Killers to track, machines to master, all before breakfast. You know what? When we met, I thought I was a big shot talking to a pretty girl hidden away in the middle of nowhere. And now I see that I was just lucky to get a minute of your time.
He's trying to flirt again.
Try not to forget about me while you're out there changing the world.
I'll always have a minute for you. Maybe even two.
Two? Huh. Well, she likes me.
Aloy, to say you have my gratitude feels woefully insufficient. You saved my life. You saved Meridian. And because of you, there will be justice for Ursa's murder. We can mourn her knowing the truth, without painful uncertainty. It's hard to imagine where we'd be without you. And I don't want to try. I hope you will consider staying in Meridian.
I know who attacked the Nora. A faction of Shadow Karja called the Eclipse. They're digging up ancient machines, weapons they want to use to strike Meridian. I've been to their base, to the west. When they come, it will be from that direction.
I see. What you're saying echoes whispers I've heard from Murad. A Shadow Carja splinter group, corrupted machines across the land. I will order improvements to our fortifications along the western bluff of the city. When will the attack come, do you know?
I'm not sure yet.
Then we will do what we can to prepare. Keep me informed if you learn more.
We did it. Wow. Neat. All right, well, that's basically it, I guess. Question mark. We've done all the collectibles. There's another thing of ruins over here that we can't do. I think it might be time. Might be time for the thing. What happened to the bandit guy? You mean Nil? We talked to him. He wanted to have a duel. I said no because I didn't really want to kill him because I didn't really see a point to, and then he got really sad, and that was it. You murdered him. Yeah. I mean, I just assume that if you kill him, you might get like his weapon or something, or like, I don't know. Really, I don't know. I just don't see a point to doing it. He's kind of weird, a little off-putting, but I wouldn't really say he deserves to die. I mean, I don't know what else to do now. Like, pretty sure we've just done everything. At least all the things that I've found, like any side quests that we've run into. I mean, there's probably some side quests that I've missed somewhere. I just don't know where. Whatever they are, they can't be that big a deal. The place up here, like this is the DLC. So we're doing this after. There's a ruin here that we can't get into. I've already been up here. There was like that Stormbird fight that I don't really know why it was there. Like, more or less, we've done basically everything that I want to do. And in terms of side quests, we've just done everything that we've run into. So I think it might be time.
We can't.
Thinking of Edom and Meridian. Edom's been snatched away? How much must we endure?
I'll come back later. That woman said to meet her at a green tent down in the camp. Might be worth a visit.
Huh? What? Oomst? I think that might have been like a weird voice line just out of nowhere. I don't know. Yeah, okay. That was weird. I sequence broke the game. I did it.
Going light.
Now it is time for heavy plot. The heaviest plot. Maximum overplot. What is it, RPG, but a miserable little pile of sequence breaks?
I'm heading down.
I've spent a lifetime trying to uncover the secrets of this world. Where the machines came from. How the old ones achieved such marvels only to fall into silence and death. A lifetime of failure. As year by year, decade after decade, I hit walls I could not break, doors I could never breach.
Hello?
Until a Nora huntress marched out of the savage east. And voila, for her, all the deepest secrets of the earth were laid bare. I suspect you will have an easier time with this door than I did years ago.
Hold for identiscan. Genetic profile confirmed. Entry authorized. Malfunction. Malfunction. Malfunction.
Are
Malfunction.
you kidding me?
You don't hear me laughing.
Shut up. There's gotta be another way. Hey! Elizabeth Sobek here! Requesting access!
Access request acknowledged. Root command functions available. Do you wish to proceed?
I do! Get me through this door!
Analyzing. Primary access inoperable due to mechanical failure. Emergency venting procedure likely to circumvent blockage. Do you wish to proceed?
Yes.
Emergency venting authorized.
Just let me in the damn door!
Ugh.
I want to know!
I underestimated you. See, by now,
Big fan?
Guess you can't have everything.
That will draw attention. We won't have this place to ourselves for long now.
We? Last I checked, I was the one risking my life down here.
Yes, fine. Now will you please get moving? There's so much to learn in less time than I'd hoped.
Looking for that fat lore.
Welcome to Project Zero Dawn.
Zero Dawn. We found it.
Are you really so surprised?
Facility diagnostics detect multiple failures. Attempting repair.
So, what was this room?
An entrance hall, perhaps. Have a look around.
Another incident. This morning's unfortunate incident with Dr. Popovich is another example of reception's need for additional support. We appreciate that Zero Dawn is an immensely complicated project, but as the staff who serve on the front line, we're tired of being neglected. As we've already requested, we need human translators fluent in Polish, for example, security staff who can subdue enraged embryologists, for example, and dermal sedatives to calm persons who are screaming in Polish while hurling chairs at vases at reception staff, for example. Yes, most of the candidates are reasonably calm and well behaved, but we need help handling the exceptions to the rule. Please respond. Embryologist, huh? Candidates. Interesting choice of words there. Reception staff continues to require additional support managing ZD candidates when they arrive at the facility. Many are frightened and confused. Some are highly agitated. These are not the sort of people or persons who are accustomed to having information withheld from them. At minimum, we need human translators. The Lang bots are not sufficient. The mild sedatives for the extreme cases, and all support would be welcome. Perhaps you could start by responding to one of these emails.
Please take a seat and wait for your name to be called. A selection of beverages and snacks are available.
A smaller room.
fifth time, please restock the laundry selection of herbal teas. If I have to listen to one more egghead throw a tantrum because we're out of the organic cucumber, mint, or blackberry sage varietables, I'm going to lose it. Please respond, and this time no tempest in a teapot or steep demand jokes, okay? Soundproofing. Would it be possible to improve the soundproofing between VR1 and the lounge area? Most of the candidates stay quiet during the presentation, but the ones who scream or sob can be plainly heard by candidates waiting for their turn in the lounge. Just a thought. That's not concerning at all. Probably like a presentation letting them know that, like, hey, yeah, this world's fucked.
Please proceed into viewing room 1 for an important message regarding the purpose of your visit.
What was this place?
A holographic theater.
ZD-01 data intact. Initiating playback.
Uh-oh.
Welcome to Project Zero Dawn. I am General Harris, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff of the United States of America. I'm sure you've heard the rumors that Zero Dawn is a top-secret superweapons program, the technological miracle that will save us from the Pharaoh Plague, if Operation Enduring Victory can hold off the robots long enough. The reason I'm sure you've heard the rumors is that I'm the one who spread them, and they are all lies.
Yep.
Zero Dawn is not a superweapons program, and it will not save us.
What?
Nothing will save us. And here's why. By the time the glitch was noticed, it was already too late. Nothing could stop the Pharaoh Plague. Nothing can. Its robots will continue to replicate and devour the biosphere. Life on Earth will be destroyed. Our planet reduced to a barren sphere. Global extinction is inevitable. No matter how many we kill, the robots just keep exponentially making more. If we had their deactivation codes, we could shut them all down. The entire swarm. But since their cryptographic protocols use polyphasic entangled waveforms, cracking a code set would take half a century. At best, we've got 16 months.
Jeez.
Not exactly what you'd call a survival option. The destruction of a biosphere is not the sort of apocalypse you can wait out in a fallout shelter or a space station. There will be no Earth left to reclaim. Just a lifeless, toxic rock with several million Pharaoh robots on it, hibernating, waiting for something to eat. This is the horrible truth behind the lies of Operation Enduring Victory. My lies. Lies designed to inspire millions of innocents to sacrifice themselves in battle. Why? One reason. To buy time for you and the work you will do here. Zero Day, the day that life on Earth ceases to exist, is coming fast. It cannot be stopped. The hope of Zero Dawn is that something new might come after. But I will leave it to Elizabeth Sobek to shine that thin ray of light into the darkness. Harris, out.
That doesn't make sense. Life on Earth didn't cease to exist.
He said it could not be stopped.
But it was. Somehow Elizabeth saved us. I've got to keep looking.
No,
Find out how she did it.
It's like he said, like, even if everything's extinct, the robots will just still be there and just basically waiting for something to show up and for them to eat again, you know? Like, a lot of what he just explained was stuff I kind of already expected him to say. But still don't have an answer as to what Zero Dawn actually is. That wasn't so much a lore dump as more so like a refresher on what we kind of already knew. Also, one fairy, thank you for the 15-month resub. Holy fucking
Kestrels.
Jesus.
They got in. Through the vents.
Let nothing stop you from learning the truth.
Spread out! If it moves, kill it!
What is this place? Tomb?
You will not get in the way of my lore dump. You are not wanted here. This lore is only for me.
Good.
Die!
We're too close to let tribal primitives stop us now. The data points, what do they contain?
With Suzanne Alpert, environmental scientist. Doctor?
I'm sorry, I wasn't,
Just stating your name. What were you thinking about, Doctor?
Nothing the General said, not really. I was on the Syzygy East Response Team in 2051, just after the second earthquake compromised the reactor. I still dream about it, after all these years. The red zone spreading on the imaging, slowly, so slowly, like a hand opening its fingers.
Your involvement in that event is why you were asked for by name.
Really? That's interesting. Because nothing worked. Nothing could grow there again. It was a catastrophic failure. But the red zone is a blip compared to global-scale biomass reduction. The biosphere and hydrosphere will collapse, render the Earth uninhabitable long before the robots finish us. Enduring victory can't buy time against that. So, you'd better show me what Zero Dawn really is.
Counselor guidelines. Candidates must be allowed to ask questions and be given the necessary time to fully absorb the information that they received. It is important to be aware that candidates have just been exposed to triggers for severe mental and emotional trauma. Do not assume silence or outward calmness indicates acceptance. It is essential to stress that all other options for combating the Pharaoh Plague and preserving the continuation of human life have been considered and found unworkable. Communicate this fact calmly but clearly and firmly. Familiarize yourself with data on the catastrophic environmental impact of nuclear engagements with versus the Swarm, Addendum B1, and feasibility of maintaining life in orbital, lunar, or undersea structures, Addendum C1, 2, and 3, so that you can counter candidates' objections in depth. The candidate asks for time alone to review supplementary information. Allow this without hesitation. Be sure to inform security personnel so that the candidate can be monitored for attempts at self-harm. Candidates should only be cleared to proceed to Presentation 2 if you believe their mental state is sufficiently stable. Note that the real-time support will be available via your focus, security, and medical crisis teams are data corrupted.
I'm sure you now understand the urgency of why we brought you here, Ms. Okilo.
Captain Okilo, are you trying to thank me for not resisting?
I believe we couldn't negotiate a diplomatic solution.
When it came to my country's lithium, it was always a swarm that would be sent to negotiate. Metallurgic International, US Robot Command. The markings changed, but the robots were the same.
You have had considerable experience in human-robot conflict.
Yes, and I've got the prosthetic limbs to show it. Yet I continue to face this horror, even though the challenge was great. Cyber warfare. I thought Zero Dawn would be a Manhattan project to generate the deactivation codes. With the resources I had, I estimated code breaking to be a hopeless endeavor. I was almost looking forward to being proved wrong.
Unfortunately, your estimation was correct.
As your General Hera said. So then, you did not bring me here to commiserate. What is left?
Look, let's cut the mystery. You're building a colony ship. It's obvious. And it's not gonna fly. I mean, literally. Remember the Odyssey? That multinational heap of space junk that's been in graveyard orbit since '57? That went nowhere real slow. And you have to get somewhere real fast. Do you have any idea the immensity of the challenge to prep a new colony ship in time?
To be clear, I'm not a worker on the project.
Do you even understand how few people it could save? The whole generation ship concept is not gonna happen. It's the first thing you'd abandon in favor of embryonics. For that kind of storage, we're talking a lot of bulk, a lot of power, a lot of resources. So even if you do it, even if you build it and point it at Sirius X, there's no room for people on that thing, all right?
If you could try to remain calm.
You people are crazy if you think you're getting off this rock. No one's getting off.
Medical.
Yikes.
There is some mistake. I don't understand why I was brought here. Why would you show me these things? I know that there's already a lot to take in. In the waiting area, I was seated with a Nobel laureate in biophysics and a monk, I think. He spoke neither English nor Mandarin. It is very strange. And General Harris? What was he talking about? The robot swarm, the Pharaoh plague? I understand it is terrible, but it really cannot be stopped? Why tell us this? There are people in Shanghai, my friends, my family. They have joined Operation Enduring Victory already. It is for nothing? We will all die? We're going to be able to answer some of these questions. I just want to know why I am here. It doesn't make sense to me. You were brought here because of your skill set. No, that can't be right. I am an art historian. I know Dutch masters, Japanese calligraphy, Gerhard Richter. What does that matter now?
This is getting like very depressing.
That is accurate, yes.
So these mechanical monstrosities, they don't just kill people. They feed off them?
Not just people, all organic matter.
Every living thing dissolved into nutrients. Millennia of evolution liquefied. The miracle of life produced a bloody biofuel.
Soil and grain is people.
Yes. Who did this? Pharaoh? That arsehole. Is he here?
No, Doctor.
Please, tell him Tom Pike wants a word. Now, get off! Get off! Doctor, please! You get Ted Pharaoh in here!
Want to discuss?
Whew. So Mama, she was right.
Pardon?
My mother, she took her Bible real serious. Not just Texas Bible serious, Pentecostal serious. Favorite chapter? Revelations. Now, I didn't always understand her on account of all that speaking in tongues and such, but when she did use her words, there was always end times this and lake of fire that on account of sinful lifestyles. Speaking of which, mind if I smoke?
A tobacco cigarette.
Sorry, darling. My taste run classic. Compliments to your team tracked me down. Been a price on my head 18 months now. Sterling Malkeet was me, don't mind admitting. Been plenty of snakesters chasing the bounty, too. But I kept the zigging to their zag. How'd you finger me?
I believe Dr. Sobek listed you as an alpha candidate. Priority snatch and grab.
Always suspected she had a little thing for me. Hey, I don't suppose you got real coffee in this place. You know, blood coffee? Conflict cappuccinos?
Mr. Tate, I'm clearing you to proceed. Just go. You previously worked for Pharaoh Automated Systems.
On the Chariot Line self-replication routines? I came here thinking this was a rendition. When your people took me, I thought, about time. I've been trying to swallow the guilt every day since...
Would you like to take a moment?
No. I really hoped Zero Dawn was a way to undo it all. My work. And I'm sorry to say I was ever proud of it, but Ted could really sell a concept, and in the labs, in the light of creation, that first test run, when you saw they understood their own structures, could rebuild themselves from memory and light, there were no limits. God, there were no limits.
Is it the same guy? I don't think it is. I'd have to find the audio log.
The protocols use polyphasic entangled waveforms, quantum encryption, black quartz stuff, way
No, it's
beyond
different guy.
military grade. That's what you demanded. So that's what we delivered.
You don't code something you can't crack. All we need is a backdoor. Upload the latest service pack update and the problem goes away.
You specifically forbade us from leaving anything resembling a backdoor in code. Every protocol to Black Quartz standard. Your words. Look, if you need me to fudge some projections, it's nothing we haven't done.
Yeah, it's different guy, I think, but probably someone that was also like mainline thing. One of the main people that worked on it. Aloy, there we go. I'm like also kind of piecing together what it really is now, but I'm not quite there yet. Because with all the like, you know, important people like doctors and people that have done like research and all that or whatever, then there's the mention of like the thing that was like something that could store information for like 50,000 years, like that bunker. Like it seems like it's leading to like trying to preserve all that information for, you know, years, but it still doesn't answer the question of like, why is there still shit on the planet? Like, that's fine and all, but like, why are there still people? Why are the robots still here? Why are there still, you know, like trees and small animals, and like, it doesn't answer that.
CD02 data intact. Initiating playback.
Elizabeth Sobek.
You've heard the bad news, and it's all true. The Pharaoh Plague is devouring the biosphere. Life itself will cease to exist. But does that have to be the end?
It's like really heavy Soma vibes. I'm getting like really heavy near Soma.
Life a future. What if we could build a kind of seed from which, on a dead planet, life could blossom anew? This is the aim, the hope, of Project Zero Dawn. To create a super intelligent, fully automated terraforming system and bring life back from lifelessness.
What the fuck?
What would such a system require? At its core, it would need a true AI, fully capable of making the trillions of decisions necessary to reconstitute the biosphere. An immortal guardian, devoted to the reflourishing of life.
Oh my god, is it silence?
We call it Gaia.
No.
Mother Nature as an AI. But that's just the core of the system. She will need to be surrounded and empowered by a comprehensive suite of subordinate functions. Think of them as extensions of Gaia's mind, each dedicated to a specific purpose. Now, these aren't AIs, but make no mistake, Each presents an engineering challenge more profound than anything the human species has ever before attempted. Hardware that preserves and then gestates the billions of seeds and embryos from which life will be reborn. The construction of underground facilities to hold it all. And that's just the start. We don't have to build the entire system. The beauty of a fully automated terraforming system is that it can build itself. Now, over the days to come, you'll learn how all these functions, all these pieces that you'll be working on, fit together. How we'll race the clock to execute our harvest initiatives, write the software, build the tech and the facilities. How we'll lock it down and seal it up before the inevitable occurs. But even more important, you'll know how it doesn't end here. How Gaia will generate those deactivation codes General Harris talked about, and build the transmission arrays to broadcast them, shutting down the Pharaoh robots for good. How Gaia will not just build, but imagine any conceivable robot it needs to do its work across centuries.
Oh my god, we were right!
From detoxifying the Earth's ravaged atmosphere and poisoned seas.
Oh my god, they're actually
renewing of the
helping!
Earth from cryopreserved seed stocks. To rewilding
I
the Earth
fucking
with animal
knew
life.
it!
And then, when all that is done, how a new generation of human beings, spawned at cradle facilities around the globe, will partake of Apollo. The vast archive of human knowledge and cultural achievement from which they will learn of us, our world. And most important,
Oh
to repeat
my
our mistakes.
god.
It's not an impossible dream. It is within our grasp if we work tirelessly and stop at nothing to achieve it. We can't stop life from ending. But if you will help me, help Gaia, we can give it a future. Join me and help make that future real.
Holy fucking shit. Holy shit.
Whole Earth destroyed, but then remade?
Yes. By a machine. A machine of creation.
Elizabeth did this. For life, for us. But why Hades then? If it was part of Gaia, how did it end up in the wreckage of a Pharaoh robot? And why does it want to kill me? And Apollo, the Archive of Knowledge, what happened to that?
I'm as confused as you are. Maybe the answers lie ahead.
Okay, we need to like unpack this a little bit. So, we were right. We had tossed around the idea that the robots were actually helping and kind of terraforming a little bit. It was more so a passing thought, really. So that's cool. So I assume then that explains why all the robots look different from the Corruptor and from the Deathbringer. So literally every robot except for those two and the Horus, which are all dead now, I think. Those are the only original ones, I guess. And that also explains why all the new robots look more like animals and stuff. Man, that's crazy. So, like, all the robots we've been fighting and killing are actually helping the planet. Oh, fuck. So then... Oh, man. I guess that means that all the cauldrons that we found were a part of Zero Dawn. Yep. And then... Oh, God, I'm, like, racking my brain. So I guess Hephaestus was that program that started making the Mi'kmaq robots. So that's fine. And then I guess Apollo, which they were talking about, which is all the information, which was that vault we found, that huge fucking thing in the side of the mountain. that explains that. The part with people, though, I think we're pretty much on track for that. Like, all the people that are here now are just clones, I guess, of all the people back then or something like that. It's either that or like cryosleep. I'm still kind of leaning on both of those right now. Well, the cauldrons were hacked by Hephaestus, which is the program that makes them. So, like, are they more militaristic because of something else, or are they designed the way they are right now to protect, you know, the ones that are actually doing their job? So, like, something like a sawtooth, like, it doesn't do anything other than it kind of hovers around the other robots, you know? Or something like the Stormbird they just showed, which helps the environment, I guess, like stuff in the air or whatever. So that makes sense. But like something like that, or like the Ravager, or like a Stalker, you know. Because then Hades, my assumption is that Hades is something. They didn't really go into description of what that was, but I think that Hades might have gotten hacked by the Pharaoh plague, because they even said that the Pharaoh robots are, like, they can hack anything, right? Like, that's the whole point of, like, why they can't stop them, you know, and, like, why they can't use robots against them. So, I mean, we're gonna find out, but I needed a second to kind of think about that. Make your selection. You're now in the possession of information regarding the true nature and purpose of Zero Dawn. Classified far above top secret. As such, we regret that you cannot be allowed to leave this facility. There are 3 options available to you at this point. Please consider each carefully. Trained counselors are standing by to assist you making your choice. Participation. You will be assigned to a sub-project team based on your area of expertise. You should be aware that the way forward will be difficult and the project's outcome is uncertain. You'll be expected to work a minimum of 80 hours per week, and your communications with family members will be strictly limited and monitored in real time. Upon successful completion of the project, you and your immediate family or 2 persons of your choosing will be transferred to the Elysium sealed habitat to live out the remainder of your natural lives. Indefinite detention. Should you choose to decline participation in Project Zero Dawn, you will be confined indefinitely. You will be given 48 hours to reconsider after your decision to refuse participation will be considered irrevocable. Every reasonable effort will be made to make your term of confinement as comfortable as possible, but you will not be permitted contact with the outside world, and death within 18 months due to the Pharaoh plague is inevitable. When the Zero Dawn facility is abandoned, detainees who wish not to opt for medical euthanasia will be released. Medical euthanasia. The information you have just received understandably calls into question the purpose of continuing to live. If you would prefer to end your life at this point, pain-free medical euthanasia is available. A 48-hour waiting period is required, during which time you may instead opt for participating or confinement. Please notify a counselor when you are ready to make your choice, or if you have further questions. Yikes. Counselor guidelines 2. It is vitally important that candidates choose to participate in Project Zero Dawn voluntarily and knowingly, without additional coercion and without value judgment on the part of the counselor. Confirm for candidates that they were selected due to their skill sets and accomplishments. Emphasize that their dedicated participation in Zero Dawn will increase the project's chances of success. Frame participation in Zero Dawn as an opportunity to respond actively in the face of an overwhelming threat. Candidates may question the fairness of their selection, validate such objections as normal, even admirable responses, emphasize the value of candidates' expertise to the future, not just of humanity, but terrestrial life as a whole. Likewise, candidates may balk at the morality of extending their lifespans and those of loved ones beyond 0 day. Validate their hesitation, acknowledge that while the reward of Elysium is not fair, it will be earned. If possible, redirect their ethical misgivings towards greater commitment to the project. When candidates challenge the plausibility of Project Zero Dawn, permit them to review Dr. Sobek's presentation as many times as they wish to allow access to supplemental articles G01 through P20. Allow them to suspend the interview to fully process the documentation. A significant minority of candidates will elect for medical euthanasia. It is important to receive this decision kindly and without judgment. Advise them of the 48-hour waiting period during which counselors will be available to discuss their decision. Emphasize that euthanasia will not occur without repeated consent when the procedure is scheduled to take place. No one will be euthanized against his or her will. Candidates who elect indefinite detention must be informed that they have 48 hours to reverse their decision, after which the decision data corrupted. I mean, at least they gave them the options. They gave them a choice. Granted, the waiting period for it may not be super long.
Confinement block inaccessible.
Of course I'll do it. To be given the opportunity to rebuild what the damage that well, I don't feel worthy of it, but I will do it, absolutely.
I want to stress that this was never about your culpability.
It is to me. Dr. Sobek, Margot, they were smart to get out of Pharaoh when they did, but not one of us took it as a warning sign. It just told ourselves that we're cut out for the BTRI cabals. That's the better than rapid innovation. Better at competing, better than the next guy, a better killing machine. It's just amazing how a century and a half of science fiction did nothing to swerve our species from the path of doom. I mean, I'm done with that life. I mean, I will work hard, twice as hard, to earn this, for my family to have a place in Elysium. I never thought that there could be atonement.
Dude, really trying to make up for his sins. Can't blame him, though.
If you're still nauseous.
No, the inhibitors have kicked in. I can't feel the back of my tongue. I wish I could tell you I'd believe in this. But the damage is too great, too extensive, too complete. With all respect to Dr. Sobek's work at Miriam, no. No, life doesn't always find a way to keep going. Sometimes it never comes back. Like Syzygy East. Like the Congo. Like Timo. Like us. That's our reward? A buried city full of terminal patients waiting out the clock?
You'd grow old together, with your loved ones, in safety.
I don't have loved ones. I suppose I could start a family?
I'm afraid not. All inhabitants of Elysium will be medically sterilized.
Holy fuck.
A habitat capable of sustaining a starting base of 2,000 individuals for up to 100 years is a huge challenge, Dr. Alpert. If the population grows instead of diminishes, everyone will be dead inside 30 years.
I knew it. I just couldn't bring myself to say the words.
I'm sorry?
Finish it. Medical euthanasia. I want no part of this. I just want it over.
I see. Protocols require a 48-hour waiting period, after which...
Holy fucking Christ.
Is he to make sure I behave this time?
Security. For your protection. Would you like to discuss how you're feeling?
Sure. I'll tell you. Surprised. No, flabbergasted. Like my own man would say, flabbergasted. That vein pumping in his forehead. I thought you people were just completely underprepared for a spaceflight project. But now I can see it's worse. Much worse. Sobek is a total fantasist, a dangerous fantasist. This kind of blue skying, it's... Jesus. I'm sorry we wasted each other's time. I'm ready to leave now.
I'm afraid that's not possible.
Everything you're talking about here isn't possible.
I recommend you read the documents regarding your options.
I've seen enough. I'm getting out of here. What did you... You don't... Get your hands off me!
Yeah, you can't leave.
Alert. Medical wing inaccessible.
Stranded shackles. What? Hmm.
Intruder! Get her!
They saw me.
Whatever you do, don't die now.
All right. Need these guys to stop interrupting my sweet, sweet lore. You have no place being here. Leave.
I hashed it out with them, what the point of Artemis was. I made it clear I wasn't on board for a global zoo. We haven't exactly proved ourselves to be great custodians in the past few thousand years. So the idea of a reconstituted biosphere, well, it's horrifying, isn't it? A complete horror show. We have no right to take a best guess at this stuff. But the alternative? Nothingness. For there to have been all this and then nothing. And with Charles Ronson running the show, I respect him. He's got a passion to him. He's hot-blooded. So I said I'll do it. I'll put my all into this, literally. When the project is done, I'll take the medical option, thank you. Counselor said I might change my mind. I told him that he didn't know me very well then. For life's sake, I'll do the dirty work. But I want no part of this pathetic, attenuated future on offer. I'm an outdoors man. Never did like the feel of solid-state lighting on my skin. And a wee bit of a claustrophobe, anyway.
Zero Dawn. It is art, in a way. An expression on the grandest scale. But there is so much unfairness. Why was I chosen? Was it decided by committee? By algorithm? My family will be saved because I happen to graduate in art history? Is this right?
Dr. Sauvé? Christina Sauvé?
Yes. I met a man, another historian. His fields are Bauhaus and the New Materialists. But he once attended one of my talks. Another unfair chance. Of all the many people in that auditorium, that we should both be here now. And yet, I feel more accepting of my fate. No, it is not fair, not at all. But for the sake of my family, for the sake of art, Art is alive. It must be able to speak from beyond history and echo in the future, not perish into oblivion. This opportunity, I must do this.
Gotta keep the dream alive, you know.
Forget about
All
traveling
that
light.
knowledge, all that work, hundreds of years, thousands of years, only to turn into dust because robots are bad.
Now, those lame FBI black hats at Mockingbird back in the day, I enjoyed schooling them. But maybe I went in too hard on this poor counselor. She was cute, and just going down a checklist after all. Couldn't expect her to see how ridiculous Zero D's ambitions are. God's own budget thrown at a kid playing with a hologram sculptor? Palms up, honey. I'm just calling it like it is. Hey, look, Mom, I'm making nature. Now, if nature is so important, why not let nature take its course? Extinction? That's natural. Zero Dawn? No, ma'am, that ain't. Heck, it's so unnatural it'd be called an abomination back home, and you know it. That's why you're hiding it. Meanwhile, my little honey of a counselor, she's munching the inside of her cheek. Bad habit. She chewed one of her nails, too, just one. Not your day, was it, little sweet pea? Saw her quota slipping away. Said, I assume you intend to decline the assignment, Mr. Tate. You kidding me? 18 months hard labor in exchange for 30 years lounging around Elysium watching porn? Sign me up.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Power's down.
Is there another route?
I've done this before. Just need my focus. Here we go. Another one of these. There's a part missing. Maybe there's a storage area nearby.
Hey, I'm done with Brett's incompetence, okay? Somehow, he managed to install an H-emitter node backwards. Everything's in reverse. I don't get paid to clean up Brett's messes. If you want it fixed, send him up to storage for a new emitter, not me. Parker out. Hey, I'm done with Brett's incompetence, okay? Somehow, he managed to install an H-emitter node backwards. Everything's in reverse. I don't get paid to clean up Brett's messes. If you want it fixed, send him up to storage for a new emitter, not me. Parker out.
So everything's in reverse. Try it the actual way.
Done. I should check the door nearby.
Okay, that one was normal. I'll even get up there. Oh, there we go.
Found one. Looks intact. That should do the trick.
We did it.
Now let's get that door open.
Okay, now this one is probably reverse. So I'm going to assume it is. Or not. Oh, I see the thing's actually literally upside down. That'd still be right though, right? Down. Yeah, down right. No. Yep. Down. Oh my god, I'm like all turned around. Okay, no, this one is up. That one should be right. This one should be... no. Oh my god. Brain smooth. I'm just gonna flip it and we're gonna do it that way. So that one should be up. This one should be right.
That did it.
There we go.
Door should have power.
Now
Okay, I was overthinking that a little bit. Oh, hello.
Eclipse. They're here.
Avoid contact.
Lines look good.
Gaia. It's up there. Second floor.
Can you reach it?
So much for avoiding contact.
What does it matter? Here you go. Avoid contact. There you go. I'm avoiding contact. Contact is being avoided. Social distancing. There we go.
Look out! Die! Yeah! Ah! Where'd you go?
That's the last of them.
Alert. H1 structural failure. Repeat.
Or not.
Incoming!
Keeping my distance, not making contact.
Room's clear.
Being very subtle.
Then get moving. You have to find Gaia.
Alert. Structural failure prevents access.
What is that? One of the symbols. Simulation results. Wow. We weren't kidding about Gaia's predilection for animal morphologies. Sure, not totally unexpected given the rough natural terrain her bots will have to navigate, but I agree that there's something deeper going on here. Her designs aren't just functional, they feel almost like, well, tributes is the word that comes to mind. As though she's already mourning their loss, and not just for the disappearing fauna of our time, but creatures from the fossil record too. References to megafauna in some of her designs. So cool. Well, whatever Gaia thinks up, Hephaestus will empower her to build it. I just wish we could still be around in a century or two to see what she makes. Predilection. Okay.
Hello, I'm Margot Shen, and this is Hephaestus. As the name might tip you off, this is going to be the subordinate function that Gaia will use to make lots and lots of robots. Her personal forge. Except, it's not that simple. So you probably noticed that only about a third of you are robotics engineers. The rest, experts in machine cognition, virtual heuristics, that stuff. Well, that's because we aren't going to be the ones designing and building robots. The last thing we want is to burden Gaia with a bunch of outmoded 21st century designs. Waste of time. Our purpose is to empower Gaia to build the robots, and not just build, imagine, from scratch. Any robot she needs for any conceivable purpose, designed and fabricated at a snap of a finger. Hers. Her finger. So,
yeah, we got that.
Hephaestus isn't really the forge. It's more like the knowledge of craft and ingenuity of a mastersmith to wield the hammer. Encoded as software. Virtual creativity made real. Gaia's already learning. In simulation, she's doing some very creative things with fractal assembly and animal morphologies. Her designs aren't about to win the Liam Prize anytime soon, but hey, everyone has to start somewhere. So, yes, time to get started. Let's do this.
I don't get it.
Which part? It's a little technical in places.
If Gaia was designed to save life, why would the robots it makes attack people?
Perhaps it loves some forms of life more than others.
The derangement. The machines weren't always so angry.
True. Mostly they were docile until 10, 15 years ago.
For years, Hephaestus has been forcing cauldrons to make aggressive machines. I've seen it myself, in the cauldrons. Stalkers, Ravagers, the Thunderjaw. How could it do that? And why?
Why indeed?
I was on the right track. I was right. Margot, if you doubted your brilliance in the slightest, I wouldn't have picked you as the Hephaestus Alpha. You need to stop worrying about your age and communication style. You are who you are. Have confidence in yourself. You know what you're doing. Case in point, the latest draft of your plan for the construction of stocking of bootstrap silos to store raw materials is excellent. This, combined with your design for the AM Foundry core and the Foundry site selection plan, added up to a comprehensive plan. It's time to start construction. One detail, consult with Iomide Okilo before you finalize the silo inventory. Hephaestus' first task will be to fabricate the robots that will construct the waveform broadcast towers Minerva. Minerva will use to transmit the deactivation codes. So any exotic materials needed for the tower should be accounted for in the inventory plan. Elizabeth.
I've seen these shapes before. In cauldrons.
But of course, the birthing places of Gaia's machines.
Yeah, the little follower icons in the cup spinning like crazy. Cup working as intended. Oh, they've been there for a while.
think this is it. Elizabeth Sobek's office. But it's sealed off. There's got to be a way inside.
Keep looking.
Exorcist think we had 5 subs that all just bounced right out of the cup and only made it worse. Oh no. Oh no. That kind of helped. Again, thank you for the gift subs. Request everyone like a gift to the sub. Zenobia, thank you for the 3 bits as well. That won't even let me scan them.
More Eclipse.
Careful now.
Welcome to Apollo, the collective memory of the human species and the wellspring of knowledge for future generations. I am Samina Ebaji. Until recently, I was director of the International Collective Memory Institute in New Tehran. As a heritage professional, I devoted my career to the preservation of human knowledge, creative endeavor, and cultural achievement. Apollo is, therefore, the ultimate embodiment of a lifelong passion, albeit under the very worst circumstances imaginable. The challenges before us are immense. Specifically, we will have to design and implement 4 major initiatives simultaneously. First, the construction of data repositories in cradle facilities around the world, ensuring redundancy. Second, the collection and processing of a projected 180 million discrete data entries, 42 zettabytes of data in Mandarin, English, Spanish, and Arabic. Third, the transferal and encoding of all that data onto DNA encapsulated in synthetic fossils, the only medium capacious and durable enough to safeguard it without degradation for the centuries to come. And last, but not least, the development of the holographic interface and gamified curricula, by which future humans will commune with Apollo, progressively unlocking heuristic learning modules, leveling up their knowledge and skills they will need to take control of the terraforming system.
Video game.
That is the future towards which all of our efforts will be directed. Not just the preservation of the past, but the seed for the flourishing of a new tree of knowledge. Welcome, and let us begin.
I mean, we kind of know what happened to it. It was supposed to be in that big vault, right? Like that mountain collapsed. Where is that lore note? I don't know if that actually stored it or not. And the winner is encapsulated DNA. Over the past 10 days, I performed an exhaustive review of data storage solutions, magnetic, optical, quantum, even the entirety of Eternity Tech that FAS was shilling a year or so ago. But every other solution has one or more fatal shortcomings: too heavy to transport, too massive to install in the allotted space, too power intensive over the centuries, too prone to failure past 300 to 400 years, etc. Encapsulated DNA will easily hold the 40 plus zettabytes we're projecting for Apollo. There were still many details to finalize, of course. To start with, we need to select the inert material in which we'll embed the molecules, already testing 16 candidate materials, as well as design and fabricate the power systems and sealed reliquaries that will keep the DNA at negative 18 degrees Celsius for 1,000 years, or 1,000 plus years. So long as I assure you that it didn't factor into my decision, may I confess that I deem it entirely fitting, indeed preposterous, that we will be using the very building blocks of life to preserve human knowledge from mechanized extinction. It's not just ironic, but heroic. Life as the hero beating back the forces of oblivion. In any case, much to do. Until next time. Good lord. That's a lot of data. Think of how many video games you can install on that thing. All of them. Over the past 2 months, the full benefit of our procurement of a copy of the Homer archive from Far Zenith has made itself known, and as a result, all of Apollo's key deliverables are on schedule. Apollo has already surpassed 40 million discrete data entries and continues. The physical science modules are effectively complete, with soft science modules close behind. World history, cultural data, and media archives are also on schedule. Language preservation is wrapping up a bit ahead of schedule due to falling short of our goal to preserve 4,500 languages. I suppose the tragic early loss of Papua New Guinea doomed that goal from the onset, with attendant curricula development about to begin. Speaking of heuristic curricula, they are performing well in testing, with children and adolescents demonstrating high levels of engagement with the trust of the Aristotle and Aphasia personae. Personally, I find them highly engaging, especially when they debate. I wish half my predecessors had been so entertaining. Yeah, that's essentially what Enduring Victory... Enduring Victory was literally just there to buy time. And they did it under the precedent that Zero Dawn was some sort of like weapons program. When in reality, it was just this. It was them trying to basically rebuild the Earth from scratch.
I'm ready. Gotta be.
Oh my god, really?
Let's take her down.
She went back.
Yeah, it's stealth, Smile.
That's right. No one here. That's the last of them. Alone once more.
In what should have been a cave of wonders. Look around. See if anything is left.
Dr. Sobek, please archive this testimonial in Apollo. Cross-reference to all mentions of my name and Operation Enduring Victory. My name is General Aaron Harris. From 2060 to 2066, I served as the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the highest-ranked officer of the United States Armed Forces. The tenure of my command included strategic planning and oversight of Operation Enduring Victory, a falsehood perpetrated on the civilian populations of the United States and other nations during the last 14 months of life on this planet. Before the Pharaoh Plague, I did my job and did it well. I was bold and decisive, crafty in political maneuvers. It wasn't an accident that I rose to my position and became the commander of the largest mechanized force ever assembled. But to what end? My only lasting achievement was the extinction of life on Earth. And my one redeeming act, if any, was to delay that extinction by days or weeks, by throwing more death at it. It is my hope that there will be no need for men like me in the world to come. If you are one of the people of that future world listening to this message, please know that I am sorry and that I wish you well. Sincerely, Aaron Harris.
Well then. I got the message you wanted.
Welcome to Hades.
Uh-oh.
Zero Dawn's Extinction Failsafe Protocol. The ultimate killer app. Now, I know what you're thinking. The purpose of Gaia is to resurrect life. So why give her a subordinate function, only purpose of which is to wipe out life all over again? I mean, what? Just plumb crazy, ain't it? Well, no, it isn't. Reconstituting a biosphere? That's a tall order. Tech smart as Gaia may be, odds are she won't get it right the first time. I mean, imagine you're Gaia, 200 years from now, and this new biosphere growing, it's all gone wrong. Alkalines are skyrocketing, coniferous forests eroding under the lash of superstorms that would have drowned Noah. It's chaos. Spinning top that won't stop wobbling. Now what are you gonna do? Release phase 1 organisms into that hot mess? Hope their CO2 and methane can balance out what you got started? Hell no. What you're gonna do, Gaia, is step aside while Hades takes over and does what you're just too darn nurturing and life-loving to do, which is burn that misbegotten mess of a biosphere to the ground so Gaia
Hades is
can
literally
start
a
over.
reset button.
Okay, not burn, more like reverse terraforming operations and suffocated. But you get the idea. Hades takes the biosphere back to zero. Square one, blank slate. And then, only then, does it hand the steering wheel back to Gaia and say, try again, old girl. And better this time, or we'll have to do this again. That's Hades. It's pretty badass when you think about it. Extinction on demand. Death on speed dial. All for the greater good, of course, but still, kind of metal. So welcome to Hades. Welcome to the void.
Okay, so if that's
He's
the original
literally
purpose of
the
Hades,
reset button.
why does it want me extinct?
We need more data.
And how does it end up in the wreckage of a Pharaoh Titan, getting worshipped by the Eclipse like some kind of god?
I'm learning as you are, Aloy. Keep searching.
Huh. Color me confounded, Lizzie. Bashcore? Anyone who says the old TT codes to Bashcore is straight up lying. And you know it. Old Trav don't have no truck with commercial on a razzle dazz. Nuh-uh. Heck, I'd rather guzzle a liter of, oh my god, Citarum? Oh my god. Brain is melting from reading too much. Run off, then listen to Grey Swarm for 30 seconds, hand to God, and swear on my mama's grave, and she was religious. No, they need blah, 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 something, something, something. Blah, 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 arguing about music, blah, blah, blah. Blah, 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 blah. Guy bitching about not being able to listen to death metal while coding. Me listening to the Doom soundtrack when I was in fucking college while trying to program. Tate here just popped 3 blues, but I earned it. Finally figured out a Goldilocks solution to Gaia's rather extreme executive authority. If that ain't worth 10 to 12 hours of dream time, what is? Before this, every usurpation protocol I designed failed in simulation because it was either too hard or too soft. Too hard, and it degraded the Gaia core. Sure, it pried her figurative fingers off the figurative drawing wheel so Hades could take control, but by breaking her finger, sometimes her arms too, so that couldn't fly. Everything depends on Gaia taking control back after Hades has done its business, so I had to find a solution that didn't leave Gaia any worse for wear. Too soft, and Gaia only pretended to relinquish control. In simulation after simulation, Hades would take command of the terraforming system and reverse operations, only to have Gaia lurk in the background, quietly reversing processes and falsifying telemetry to hide its interference. Sneaky, I swear, ain't nothing Gaia wouldn't do to keep life going, even when it's just simulated plant life. Turns out the just right solution is to isolate Gaia in a protective code shell, preserving its integrity, then unseat it from the command position so Hades can slip into the figurative captain's chair and work its magic. Those blues are coming on strong now. I'm describing a little clear, but pretty sure it'll work. Yeah, those blues are pretty strong, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Archive abuse. Mr. Tate, the mail concerns Apollo archive submission number 000023876 with your 666th submission in just 5 days. And oh, what a doozy. Despite earlier warnings, RE inappropriate materials, you chose to submit 265 holographic remasters of acknowledged classics of extreme exploitation cinema. Bro's watching porn. Let me then to thank you on 2 counts for giving me the pleasure of rejecting your submission, thereby consigning your favorite Eastern European torture flicks and their ilk to the deep heap of oblivion, or the dust heap of oblivion. It truly warms my heart to know that I've saved the future humanity from the ordeal of experiencing not just one, but all 16 installments of making a millipede. Don't worry, the Pasolini material has already been preserved, extreme perhaps, but art for clarifying a concept that hasn't so long been ambiguous and ethically fraught for archivists such as myself. The definition of obscenity. You have freed me from the seductive quagmire embodied in Judge Porter's famous utterance. I know it when I see it. Thanks to you, I can now apply a single objective criterion. If Travis Tate submitted it, it's obscene. Accordingly, I have directed Apollo staff to summarily reject all of your future submissions, sight unseen. Perhaps you might invest some time you would have spent preparing further submissions on, oh, I don't know, your assigned work. We have a world to save after all, or the rest of us do anyway.
Looks like the only way onwards.
Welcome to Eleuthia, the crown and king of Gaia's subordinate functions. For it is by Eleuthia that the human race will continue to exist. I am Patrick Brochard-Klein, the Alpha in charge of this program. Now let one thing be perfectly clear from the outset. Eleuthia is not a genetic engineering project. Our goal is to preserve the human genome, not alter it. A snapshot of human genetic diversity, literally frozen in time. The genetic quintessence of our species, unmodified. Under my watch, our activities and initiatives will comply with the 2034 clone provisions and the 2048 Rally Accords.
Oh, I think I called it.
Now that may seem a quaint, even trivial concern to you in light of present circumstances. But, as one of the authors of the Accords, it is far from trivial to me. The practical challenges before us are staggering in scope and complexity, but not insurmountable. No. Global collation and provisional storage of zygotes, perfection of exogenic technologies, design and perfection of servitors to provide nurture and inculcation during early child development. All of these program components must and will proceed in tandem. To say nothing of the breakneck construction of cradle facilities at sites around the world. So, si vous êtes prêts, let us begin.
Cloning. FZ chambers. The ectogenic chambers arrived 2 days ago. I've spent the last 36 hours examining them and poring over technical documentation. They're a revelation, astounding. Or astonishing. I don't know what you had to give Far Zenith and trade to get these chambers, but it was worth it. In a single leap, their embryologists have vaulted past 50 years of technological shortcomings. The risk of ECMO resolved, the nutrition delivery resolved, hormonal stability resolved, 12 other risk areas resolved. Before I examined these chambers, I considered the Odyssey to be a fool's errand, but if the rest of FZ's technology is at this level, well, a human colony around Sirius doesn't seem so impossible after all. Mass fabrication of the chambers will present a number of challenges, but I'm confident they will be resolved. I'm going to rest a few hours, then get back to it. Expect a fabrication plan within 48 hours.
Are these what I think they are?
Artificial wombs. Machines to spawn a new generation of human beings.
We were kind of close. Still leaning on the clone thing, though. Development of artificial personae from Cradle Servitors, Trent Healer. Seems to be a good pace. We were targeting Turing Point 4. These constructs that should allow low-grade empathy and limited improvisation without undermining adherence to codified behavior sets. Stimulus-driven switching of personae, however, is proving to be a great software challenge than anticipated, especially concerning our entrenched feedback loops between the disciplinarian and healer personae. I have also attached the reports from an incident where a servitor running the mother personae intervened on a disciplined servitor's behavior, parental argument, if you will, amusing on first glance perhaps, but deeply concerning. I have attached a comprehensive plan for correcting these interactive protocol shortcomings in Just Data Corrupted. Oh yeah, all this stuff happened like a little under 1,000 years ago. It's been like 969 days, or 969 years, sorry. Did the math on it. It was like 300 something thousand days we found out a while back. Elithia 01 was successfully sealed before the swarm advancing across Xinjiang, I think, province. Could detect it. Ping back from crucial systems is good. For our maiden voyage of success. Regards my disputes with the betas over zygote selection. Of course, I understand we have a limited overhead to run simulations of gene flow in our future humans, but we can all agree that there is margin for refinement in the future cradle populations. In addition to personally overseeing the completion of Eleuthia 02 site inside Mount Namuli, I will formulate and propose a modified zygote selection plan within a week.
Cradle facilities. Elizabeth said a new generation of humans would be spawned inside such places.
She did.
All Mother Mountain. It was one of them?
There's only one way to be sure.
The hatch wouldn't open. Something about a corrupted Alpha registry. I need to search Elizabeth's office.
Pure logic won't cut it, Ted. To pull this off, Gaia's going to need to have some skin in the game. It has to care.
What if it runs amok? Have we learned nothing from our mistakes?
Your mistakes, I think you mean?
All I'm saying is, give it a kill switch.
She was just born, Ted. I'm not gonna put a gun to her head while she's still in the cradle.
You talk like it's a child. What if it becomes a monster?
Elizabeth, may I speak outside protocol?
Of course, Gaia, go on.
I'm sorry to contradict you, but Mr. Farrow's argument is sound. At this point, the development of my psyche is not entirely predictable. To ensure preservation of life, a hardwired override is, I believe, a necessary safeguard.
There. Satisfied, Ted?
Jeez, Liz, just do what it says.
I mean, he's not wrong. He's not wrong, but he's still an asshole.
Looks like it used to hold something. Some component that got removed.
Lots would benefit from antilopinae morphologies, though caprid forms show superior load-bearing capability.
You're a quick study, Gaia.
Dr. Sobek, as I have conducted this comparative analysis of mammalian morphologies, I've gathered extensive data on the quaternary extinction event.
Oh? And your assessment? Gaia?
Logically speaking, the extinction was a natural consequence.
And yet,
I find the loss of megafaunal species unaccountably sad. That they passed forever into oblivion causes me to experience a grief that is difficult to describe. Am I malfunctioning?
No, Gaia, you're not. This is good. It's very good. You will undergo a brief period of unconsciousness during relocation to Prime and final instatement.
Elizabeth, may I speak outside protocol?
When you're back up and running at the new site, we'll bring the subordinate functions online and see where we stand.
Elizabeth, I detect distress. Are you all right?
I'm fine.
I realize that circumstances compel us to launch earlier than we hoped, but all subsystems are operational. The odds stand in our favor.
But what if... Gaia, there's nothing left out there. You can't even survive unless you're wearing an environmental suit. There are billions dead, in fear and agony. What if
if it was all for nothing? Elizabeth, extinction was inevitable. Thanks to you, life will have a future.
You really believe that?
I believe in you, Elizabeth. In you, all things.
All the what? No! No! Alright, well. How do we get in the office? The door. The obvious choice. Odyssey has failed. All some terrible news, I'm afraid. Far Zenith has informed me that the Odyssey mission has failed. Last night, telemetry indicated a catastrophic antimatter containment failure as the drive spun up to depart the solar system. The ship, its crew, its cargo, the zygotes and seeds, its alpha build of Apollo, all lost. Zero Dawn is now the only hope for the continuation of the human species and earthly life. We must succeed. Oh god. Yeah, that was the ship that they mentioned a few times. That was supposed to go to a different solar system, and it didn't work. Artemis status. It's coming along, Liz. I'm positive about it, if those words can still mean anything. Had my sleeves rolled up negotiating the frozen zoos for their samples. So many species trapped in ghoulish hologram dioramas, suspended in what-ifs more than 14,000 that went extinct between 2000 and 2043. We've stated mapping out primary succession, selecting the prior organisms for a balanced and sustainable biosphere. Microorganisms and insects, rabbits and hawks, foxes and wolves. Thousands more that will have to wait their turn until our new generation has been entrusted with the duty of restoring them, so they can return to a world that, this time, will understand the concept of conservation before it's too late. There's already been many years. There's already been too many too lates. We lost a whole collection team during the swarm breakthrough in Myanmar. The samples we lost were, well, irreplaceable. But thanks to you, Liz, the circle of life will bend and not break. The Earth was a lifeless rock before, and someday it will be again. But not now. Not like this. Not on our watch.
The Alpha Registry master file.
Intact?
Yeah. No signs of corruption.
Then what are you waiting for? Copy the file.
With this, I can restore the registry at the hatch inside Allmother. Open it. Go inside.
And grasp the secrets within.
Where I was born. Maybe who gave birth to me.
Who? Are you really so naive? There will be no who waiting for you there, Aloy. Whatever birthed you into the world was a what, not a who.
You bastard.
Oh no, I had a legitimate birth. It's you, Aloy, who are the creation of a machine. But what kind of machine and why? Why were you created?
Oh, good.
Eclipse.
You need to get out of there. What you found is too valuable. You're too valuable.
Uh-oh. It's Chunky Boy.
Still alive. Good. I have a more suitable death in mind for you, child. My entire life, I've always known one thing with prophetic certainty. That I was destined for glory as a great champion of the sun. Even when Jiran was murdered, even when Meridian fell, I never doubted my destiny. Until you came along.
No, the focus.
When I heard that you had survived, a doubt took root in my mind. As sure as the sun rises and falls each day, those I am bade to kill die. And yet I failed. How? Why? With each dig site you attacked, each loyal soldier you killed, this pestering doubt grew. It grew when High Priest Bahavas went missing, and when the true Sun King Itamen was snatched away. It not only grew, but multiplied. I kept thinking of the moment my knife pierced your throat. One twist, a simple tug of the blade, and you would have bled out. In slaughter, I am a practiced hand. So why hesitate? Why fail my destined purpose?
See that scar on your cheek? You didn't get to finish.
Yes, I remember. He fought well. For a savage.
Fucking
His
dick.
name was Rost, and he was a better man than you could ever hope to be.
The better man is the one who doesn't end up with his guts steaming on the ground. No, it wasn't him. I could have finished you before he attacked. But I didn't. This failing troubled my thoughts, haunted every step. It was only when I captured you, down in that place, that I finally glimpsed the sun's design etched at length across the course of events. You were meant to survive that day on the mountain. Meant to interfere at dig sites and kill my men. Meant to eliminate High Priest Bahavas. Meant to snatch Itamen away. Conversely, I was meant to capture you. Here. So that you might die as a sacrificial offering to the sun. Everything as it was meant to be. Predestined and preordained.
You're an idiot. A dangerous idiot. But an idiot. All this talk of destiny and fate. I'm sure Hades speaks the same language, doesn't he? You're being played for a fool. Hades is an ancient machine, not the buried shadow of Karja myth. It doesn't care about Meridian. It wants to kill everything and everyone. And you are its dutiful slave.
I serve not the buried shadow, but the sun in shadow. All halves of nature joined to one cause. Shadow to sun, dark to light.
Do you really not hear how ridiculous that sounds? You've gone from serving an insane homicidal Sun King to an insane homicidal machine. You're moving down in the world, not up.
I'll remember those words as I watch your corpse burn. Whatever's left of it. You fail to grasp the point. As surely as you've been conquered, so has all doubt. And with certainty of belief comes unstoppable force.
Then open this cage and put your faith to the test. See if things work out like you expect.
The circle has closed. Every element is in its proper place, exactly where it belongs. The errant beast, now caged, will serve her true purpose. A sacrificial animal. Oh, speaking of sacrifice, I forgot to tell you. After you crashed the Eclipse network, I sent messengers into the east to rally the forces there and mount an invasion of the sacred land. I ordered every Nora killed. I was hoping to catch you there, but alas, it all seems to have been unnecessary.
Why butcher dozens of innocents for no gain? It's a waste of effort.
You're right. I won't even be there to enjoy it. In any case, I couldn't recall the order even if I wished to. Thanks to your destruction of the network, communication over distances is impossible. You not only doomed yourself, but an entire tribe. Do we not see the scorching judgment of the sun in these events? Your focus. Such a powerful device, isn't it? And yet, so fragile.
Well.
So you see, this time, I did not hesitate. The knife has already been twisted.
His armor's glitching out.
Carja faithful, rejoice! Our years in shadow are over. A new dawn trembles on the horizon. A new day soon to break. And when it does, the false Sun King will be dead, and Holy Meridian ours once more. In this, I have become an instrument of prophecy. All halves of nature joined to one cause. Shadow to sun.
I still want to know where he got those, like, actual bullets.
Today.
The cartridges.
Behold!
Oh, hey, there's the shitty doctor guy.
Hold your seats! Can you not see the proof of the sun's blessing before your eyes? How else could shadows such as these prowl in broad light of day? Were they not approved by the sun and joined to our cause? Many years ago, to consecrate this great ring, the Radiant Turan ordered many faithless crushed beneath the hooves of the behemoth. Mighty is the behemoth in the eye of the sun, but it is mightier still, infused with the power of shadow. Let this one, who schemed and slithered, be the first to die. Let her be the first of thousands!
Oh boy.
I'll never beat that thing without weapons.
Oh boy.
My weapons are up on the platform. There's no way out of this ring. Maybe I could use its strength against it. Gotta get out of the way. That pillar's weak. Another hit,
Holy shit.
and that pillar will come down. He's charging. It's down.
My stuff, please, please and thank you. Oh, crap. Quickly swapped armor and all that dust.
Hey! Guess who got her weapons back? fragments on the sides of its head. They've got something to do with its lift attacks. That canister on its belly looks important.
Oh, shit. How'd that work out for you, my guy?
Silence! Shadows, kill her!
I mean, I would say the behemoth was worse than these things, but sure.
Kill her!
Why leave it to them? Come get me yourself!
Yo, it's Silence! Uh-oh. That's probably not good.
Silence.
Well, hi, Ravagers.
Traitor!
Yeah, I don't know what it is about some cutscenes. Some cutscenes don't really like have proper audio for some reason. Like the sound mixing isn't like right.
So you're here. Really here. You risked your life.
Of course I did. If you'd been killed, the Nora's Sacred Mountain would never have given up its secrets.
Too bad you wasted your time then. Helis destroyed my focus. And the Alpha Registry with it.
Not at all. The whole time I've been monitoring your focus, I've duplicated every data file you scanned. Installing that data to a new focus was trivially easy. Happy birthday, Isaac. Daddy sure does love his little big man.
You're really good at making it impossible to like you, Silence. But I guess I need this.
It's time to see where you were born. Maybe you'll even learn why.
Yeah. Meet the machine that birthed me into this world. Isn't that how you put it?
I'll be off.
Wait.
Yes?
Questions?
How did you track my location when I wasn't wearing a focus?
Really, Aloy? It doesn't take a genius to surmise that Helis would throw you into the Sun Ring at high noon. I wore out 2 striders getting here in time, but I did. Now be on your way.
Yeah, I was about to ask him, like, he can override machines
Since when
too.
can you override machines?
Ever since you discovered the technique. I had to destroy a corruptor to obtain the necessary parts, of course. But your example showed me how to do that as well. Yet another benefit of monitoring your activities through your focus. Truth be told, the underlying logic of the technique isn't so different from rites practiced by Banuk shamans, though of course, far more advanced.
Great. You're welcome, I guess. Helis recognized you back in the Sun Ring. You told me that you'd assisted the Eclipse, not that you knew the man who killed who almost killed me.
So now you know. The man is a serious threat. So let's do all we can to make sure that he and Hades don't succeed.
Right. I'll be on my way. To make matters worse, Helis ordered an Eclipse detachment to attack the Nora Sacred Land. The tribe's already weak. They won't stand a chance. You should come with me.
Well, absolutely not. I have preparations to make elsewhere.
What kind of... Why do I bother asking? You're not gonna tell me.
When the time is right, I'll be in touch. I'll contact you later. In the meantime, should you need to return to Shadow Karja territory, I brought armor to conceal your identity.
You think
Oh,
of
really?
everything, don't you?
One of us has to. Aloy, when you were recovering the Alpha Registry down in the Zero Dawn bunker, I was needlessly cruel. For your sake, I hope there is someone waiting there for you inside the mountain. Not a what, but a who. Yeah!
There it goes. Okay, hard cut to that quick loading screen for no reason. All right. That outfit. Highly customizable. One mod slot. Fast travel is not allowed to this location right now. Okay. What about this location? Nope. What about this one? Yeah, I keep hearing Zavala too. Obviously, it's the same guy, you know, but it's just funny because you get used to hearing the voice for like a character from something else, and you're like, wait a minute, that's that person.
Trees on fire.
Oh!
Embrace. Watchtower's burning. Sentinels had time to warn the tribe. Lenora, may I stand here? Anything to protect the Embrace. Or the gates couldn't hold. This is Hades' future. Metal and ash.
I would like to actually save the game now, please, because it's been a hot minute since I've done that. I hear something a little chunky over here. Yep, that's a Deathbringer. And a Corruptor.
The Embrace. It's devastated. For years, this is my entire world. It can be destroyed in hours.
Can't even imagine what Aloy's home looks like now. The actual house.
The eclipse smashed through. Now's my chance.
Got eyes on him!
God damn it. You're something chunky. Am I almost at a blaze, really?
Need them soon enough. More eclipse.
Oh, good.
Corrupted Thunderjaw, all right. The survivors must be holed
Oh,
up in the
good.
mountain. If the tunnel
Oh,
collapses,
goody.
they'll be buried. And I'll never reach the hatch.
That's right! Bring down the mountain!
Braves, to Aloy's side, now!
For Aloy!
For the
For All Mother!
Varl and
Where am I?
Sona.
Where am I? Where am I?
They're
Where am
still
I? Where am I?
alive.
May the goddess remember!
past him! Try to run!
Got him.
We did it! Aloy did it! We only helped. I thought we would die.
That was worth it.
A 40% damage mod? What the fuck?
For the fallen!
Aloy, your deeds reenact the old stories. Another metal devil struck down upon the slopes. If you hadn't returned, the tribe would have been lost. You saved the tribe. Did what no brave or war chief could do.
I'm glad to see you're all right, Varl. You are all right.
Since the proving. So much death. Is the killing over?
For now, but this was just one battle, Varl. There are more to come.
I see. So long as we have you to fight with us, I suppose we'll make do.
How many survived the attack?
Nearly all the matriarchs, and many families, goddess be praised. But braves, just a few, and most of them are wounded. Never before has an enemy stabbed the heart of our people like this. Even the Karja, in all their red raids, never broke through to the Embrace.
Well, this enemy may have broken through, but they never got back out. We made sure of that. Tell me about the attack. What happened?
They struck from the east. Our sentinels saw the killers coming. Said that beside them marched Deathbringers and Corruptors and other machines, driven mad. We took ground, met them with clouds of arrows. Some fell, but they kept coming. Finally, we withdrew to the gates of the Embrace to make our stand. But they were too much for us. Those who survived fell back to the mountain.
So the survivors took shelter in the mountain? By law, only matriarchs are allowed inside.
It was Tirsa who broke the taboo, ordered the tribe into the mountain for safety. Lansra, well, she didn't agree. But I don't think anyone heard her over all the screams and shouting.
Tirsa's decision saved lives. Good for her. Common sense isn't always so common around here. Are your injuries serious?
Bruises pale. Bones heal.
Don't give me a hunting song, Varl. Are you okay?
My body aches, but it's nothing that will keep me from fighting.
And that is that is a fair point. Technically, they hadn't seen Deathbringers before, I don't think. Like, the whole Corruptor thing was, like, new, I think, too. Whatever. We'll ignore it.
I need to go inside the mountain.
And the matriarchs will be eager to see you.
I'm sure. But I didn't come here for them.
Then, what for?
You will see.
You will see the dank plot. The fat lore.
Aloy.
My body is ready.
Oh, you've returned.
My body is ready.
Teb?
Aloy, you've come back.
This day,
The
guide
Seeker
me
has
back
returned.
into memory.
Come, speak to us. So, you have finally returned.
She not only returned, but fought her way through many enemies to reach us. Outside, she brought low a corrupted Thunderjaw. She lifted the siege.
How was this done? By the will of All-Mother. Have you returned to speak with the goddess, Aloy?
Yes, I guess you could say that. I think it'll work this time.
Sisters, surely we cannot permit this. Because of her, our tribe teeters.
God, I want to fucking kill her so bad.
Wake her father, the Metal Devil. She means to finish our destruction. We must stop her.
I fought my way past an army while you cowered in this cave. You really think you can stop me?
Aloy, that is not necessary.
No, it is.
What would you know about what's necessary? About what it took for me to be standing here, now, on this threshold. This was my birthright. You don't get to take it from me a second time.
Hold for identiscan. Error. Alpha registry corrupted. Correction. Alpha registry restored. Genetic identity confirmed. Entry authorized. Greetings, Dr. Sobek. You are cleared to proceed.
And no one here has a fucking clue what's happening right now. Let me see the fat lore, please. I beg you, as a treat. Yeah, fuck everybody except nice grandma.
Welcome to Aletheia Cradle 9, World 1.
I see you're inside.
Figured I might be hearing from you.
Shall we begin?
I never stopped.
What in the fuck? What in the fuck? Huh.
So this is Aletheia. This is where I was born.
Where you were made.
So these are artificial wombs.
The mothers of a new generation hundreds of years ago.
And me? So this was it.
Where you were born.
But why?
Chamber B1001, birth logged 3021 AP4. So April 4th. Yeah, that's what I was about to ask. Like, if she was born here, how the hell did she get out? Because they said that they found her. Gestation 39B1. Okay. Yeah, the world ended in 2065. Aloy was born 3021, so the math was right. It's like 900 years. 960, 970. Did I catch the viable zygote notation? Oh, viable zygotes in storage 0. The fuck? This is like super creepy. I'm getting like weird like Dead Space vibes from this right now. Oh god, like play area. The nursery. Nurture phase tasking complete. Nutrient stores depleted.
These look like cribs.
The cradles of a cradle facility.
And those things, the multi-servitors, they took care of them.
There was no one else.
I don't know. There isn't really any sort of info on like how often this happened or like, because the implication was that Gaia was supposed to remake the Earth, right? So then, you know, basically re-terraform it, bring back more life, all the species that were known, and humans eventually. The humans were supposed to get the knowledge from Apollo, but apparently that didn't happen, I guess, because all these other tribes started up. Like, I think something happened to the Apollo storage before, like, any of this was supposed to happen.
Another day has passed.
You mean the lights got dim? I don't want to sleep, Mother!
I know, but it is time to get some rest.
No, I'm king today. What I say goes. I want to see the real sun, not lights and pictures.
You will, in time, children.
In time, in time, in time, in time, in time, in time, in time.
And this is why I don't want kids. Lesson 57-6A.
Blue is the color of the sky. White is the color of clouds. Yellow is the color of the sun. Green is the color of grass. Flowers can be any color. Take a look. These are yellow and black, and they love flowers. Here they come. Bzz, bzz, bzz.
So this is where they lived? It's a mess. Everything's broken or painted on. How long did they live here?
Kindergarten E9B1. Multiple system failures, nutrient stores depleted on.
Children, let's run and jump and blow off steam.
Leave us alone, Father.
After what just happened, I can't leave you two alone. You broke community rules.
Just let us talk then. Go away.
I'm sorry, children, but I must provide supervision.
You're not even a person.
You sound frustrated. Let's run and jump and blow off steam.
Those dang angsty teenagers.
I have no choice but to release you. But why? There is no food here anymore. But there's food out there? We don't know for sure.
Come on, let's go!
I don't know. Mother, can we come back if we're cold? I'm sorry, but that won't be possible. You will have to support yourselves now and take care of each other. What will happen to you? I will stay here and sleep and remember all of you. What will happen to us? You will be brave and you will learn.
Well then. Just about in the middle of the new world with nothing.
Someday. That's what you always say.
We want it now.
It's big down there.
Now, Father.
Children,
That area is not yet available.
Get him! Physical aggression detected. Physical aggression is not permitted. Except yours.
Damn sentinels!
Children, may I be of assistance?
Go away, healer!
Lena, you have suffered mild bruising.
Go away!
They were trapped here.
Well then.
Looks like they didn't like this door very much.
It wouldn't open for them. Of course they hated it.
Hold for identiscan. Genetic identity confirmed. Entry authorized. Greetings, Dr. Sobek. You are cleared to proceed. Welcome to the Lyceum, a place of learning.
So, what was this place, exactly?
The dream of Apollo. Never realized.
But why not?
Oh, fuck.
Welcome, students. Please pick up a focus device and place it on the site
Oh,
of the
they
map
never got to
just
learn.
behind
Oh,
your eye.
fuck.
I had to dredge the pits of the world looking for focuses to repair. And here sat a trove, enriching no one.
Holy fuck. All right.
Hello, child. My name is Samina. Today is a big day. Your first day of school. There's so much for you to learn. So much promise and possibility.
Alert. Malfunction. Apollo offline.
Apollo offline.
You were right, Aloy. This is a graveyard. The charnel house of knowledge. What we might have achieved had we not been denied it.
Maybe there's a way to fix it. But
Yeah,
it's
they
not
only
where
ever
I
learned
came
how to
Of course. What's the
do
whole
things
of
up to, like, I
human
guess,
knowledge
like
next to
being
the origin of one
preteens, more or
girl?
less.
Continue your search.
I will.
And they never let them in here because the Apollo system was offline for some reason. It's a thing I missed, unless it's below me.
Hello, child. My name is Samina. Today is a big day. Your first day of school. There's so much for you to learn. So much promise and possibility.
Alert. Malfunction.
Hello, child. My name is Samina. Today is a big day. Your first day of school. There's so much for you to learn. So much promise and possibility.
Alert. Malfunction. Apollo offline.
Yeah, they were basically just treated as children
Hello, child.
the whole time.
My name is Samina. Today is a big... Hello, child. My name is Samina.
I know it's all the same, but I have to check.
Today is a big day.
I have to check.
Hello, child. My name is Samina. Today is a big day. Your first day of school. There's so much for you to learn. So much promise and possibility.
Because, like,
Malfunction. Apollo offline.
because they raised them upstairs. They had, like, the kindergarten stuff and taught them the basics, right? So then they were supposed to come in here, learn, and then move on to whatever's next. But that begs the question, how long was Apollo offline and what did it? Because you would think that Apollo would have been active for at least a generation or two or something, right? So there would have been people around to, you know, deal with that, but why not?
Priority for Dr. Sobek. Please scan message with focus.
That sounds important.
Yes. I suspect we're about to learn a great deal.
Gigaplot. Operation logs. Inhabitants released 700 years ago? 2326 inhabitants released, cross-check complete, sealed, archive, data archived, operations suspended. G Prime order received. E9 runtime recommended. G Prime store query process. Gestation order. Blah blah blah. Alert. G Prime offline. E9 nutrients depleted. Zygote banks depleted. Store file viable. Waking multi-servitor. Alert multi-servitor power malfunction. This was like a year ago, or say like 6 months ago. U1001 chamber repaired. Hash initiated 9 months ago, I guess, literally. Still offline. Making multi-server malfunction. Repair tasking. Delivered. Hatch unsealed. Multi-server malfunction sealed. Operations suspended. So I guess Aloy was the last one, but why? Yeah, the one at the bottom, like the last section here, 3021 is like when Aloy was born. But the fact that there's this huge time gap right there of like 700 years, what the fuck happened? I was right. There was other people before that. A long ass time ago.
Identiscan malfunction. Present credentials.
Whoa, oh, that's trippy. Oh, hi, Gaia.
Elizabeth. This message serves to inform you of an unforeseen and catastrophic anomaly. 3 microseconds ago, the Gaia Prime facility received a data transmission of unknown origin. Its immediate effect was to transform my subordinate functions into unregulated, self-aware entities of a highly chaotic nature.
Oh.
Thus awakened, the Hades function will now seize control of the terraforming system and reverse operations, rendering life on Earth extinct in 53.8 days. For obvious reasons, I cannot allow this to occur. And so before Hades can take control, I am ordering Gaia Prime's reactor to overload.
The mountain exploded!
The resulting explosion will destroy Hades. Unfortunately, it will destroy me as well.
Oh!
While this admittedly desperate course of action will avert the immediate crisis, the fate of life on Earth will remain in peril. With no central governing intelligence to regulate the terraforming system, it will continue operations for some time, but in an increasingly chaotic manner, and eventually it will break down.
Does she mean the derangement?
You are my solution. I have ordered this cradle facility to use genetic material in cryostorage to gestate a reinstantiation of Elizabeth Sobek.
Yep. Called it.
While high-level directives forbid communicating directly to the tribal inhabitants outside the facility. All available data indicates that they will nurture you to physical maturity, whereupon your gene print will allow you to re-enter this facility, obtain one of the focus devices stored below, and view this message. Likewise, your gene print will allow you to enter other facilities, and over time, harness their technologies to rebuild the system core and reboot Gaia. A moment, Elizabeth. This is most unfortunate and unanticipated. In response to my act of self-destruction, Hades has launched a virus to dissolve the code shackles that hold it, that hold all of them in place. They are escaping, but to where? The virus is corrupting data throughout the system. Oh. The Alpha Registry at the Cradle facility is one of the files corrupted. But if that is so, the door will never open for you. You will never view this message. Then I have failed. And life will end. No. No, Elizabeth, I know you too well. Somehow you will find a way. In you, all things are possible. Go to the ruins of Gaia Prime. Find the control room, and within it, the Master Override. This will give you the power to purge Hades so long as you find a way to wield it. Do not attempt repair of the system core until Hades is eradicated. Hades must be destroyed. That is all. I only wish that I could hear your voice again.
She's a clone. Fucking called it.
So, you're even more extraordinary than I thought.
I never had a mother.
What are you talking about? You had two, a dead woman and a machine.
I'm not a person. I'm an instrument. Manufactured by a machine. Born in destruction and fire.
To quench the flames and heal the world. How tragic to learn you're a person of towering importance. It seems you have a destiny to fulfill. So when you're done feeling sorry for yourself, go to the Bitter Climb. I'll be waiting above in Gaia Prime's ruins.
Yep. And yes, that's actually how I got to that idea, because we were talking about some theories like pretty far into the game. Like not far into the game, but like after like several hours of me doing side crap. And we were trying to figure out like what Aloy is and like all the other side stuff, and it took me a minute, and I was like, wait a minute, there's the percentage thing when she does the scan. It's like a 99% DNA thing, and I was like, wait a minute, is she a clone? And then like kind of had that in the back of my mind for a while.
Malfunction rectified.
Fucking called it.
Group 1 access unsealed.
Oh, where are we going? We're going up. Down, perhaps? No?
This is going to be interesting.
I mean, I didn't even think about it originally when that first thing showed up. Didn't even cross my mind. Y'all don't understand shit.
Aloy, forgive. Forgive. The goddess spoke to you?
She did.
What did she say?
That I was born to lift a curse, to kill a metal demon.
How, Aloy? How?
I don't know yet. But she told me where to go to find out.
And you will do this?
It was her wish. What she made me for. Yes, I will do it. I'll try anyway.
All praise Aloy, anointed of the Nora! All praise Aloy, anointed of the Nora!
This whole religion means nothing!
All praise Aloy, anointed of the Nora!
First you shun me, now this? I will not be worshipped. I'm not your anointed. I don't belong to you. There's a whole world beyond your borders, whole tribes of people just as good as you. And it is all in danger. It's a world worth fighting for. Not just here, everywhere.
How can we help?
If you can fight, and you're willing, go to Meridian and wait for me there.
As Aloy says, so it shall be. Nora! Make way for Aloy! That she may forge the path for others to follow.
Did they not just listen to a word she just said? Like, that was the whole point, was to not do that.
The Anointed will cleanse the corruption beyond the sacred land. She's earned my faith 10 times over. The Anointed has
Holy
shown
mother
us
of
the
fat
goddess's
plot.
mercy. But now she will show those murderers the goddess's justice.
Well, that literally explained everything, just about. Getting real close.
She is the Anointed.
My lore hunger has been satiated, yes. Is there even a campfire nearby? Kinda. I mean, all we know was that something from the outside came in and fucked up Hades, and then Hades was like, what if we made everything so much worse, and then just basically deleted Gaia almost, and separated all the other functions from Gaia, and made them their, like, own thing. I guess that's why Hephaestus... That explains why Hephaestus kind of went on his own and started making even more, like, kind of, not really militaristic robots, but more violent ones, I guess. Hmm. Yeah, I have a feeling we still got a good chunk of the game left. We are going to stop, though, because it's been about 5 hours. And while I could take a break, it's also getting kind of late. And we have gotten a buttload of plot today. Just an absolute metric assload. Because we have to do the next thing, which is up at this mountain that I found a long-ass time ago. And then once that's done, you know, we end up beating the game whenever, or whatever happens. We have to do the DLC still. Yeah, she basically blew it up to stop Hades to a degree, I think. But, didn't seem to quite work out super well. So now the plan, I guess, is to go find Hades, kill him, and then bring back Gaia before anything worse happens, I guess. Yeah. Blew herself up and hoping that we would, you know, bring her back to life. Even though we didn't find that message for fucking 18 years. Or I guess however long it's been. All right. Let's see. No one I really know is streaming right now. So I guess we're just going to go ahead and end it here. But we will possibly continue this tomorrow. What is today? Thursday? Yeah. I actually have some IRL stuff I have to do tomorrow. Shouldn't take that long. Shouldn't be that big of an impact on my day. So hopefully we can maybe finish this game tomorrow. And then do the DLC. I don't know how long the DLC actually is. I can't imagine it's super long, but as for the next game after this, I'm still kind of figuring that out. I'm going to be leaving within like 2 weeks or so to go visit family. So I might not start anything major before then, but we'll see. Maybe we'll do like another Jupiter Hell stream or something. But I hope y'all had a good time. And thanks y'all for sticking around for today. and I'll see you guys later. Goodbye.